shit. 2 minutes late after 9. I woke up a bit later today. I don't know why. And don't tell anybody this, I sat in bed and played a mobile game for like 20 minutes in the morning today. Don't tell anybody that. Don't tell the publishers, okay? I began with more trouble. There. Our pitching build. Insert good reason to click on link here. That'll be funny. It's some millennial humor. Dev. Okay. We had some more level changes pushed last night. Let's go check them out. Beans. That's the wrong one. That's the right one. And then I'm getting my friend to take a look at the AI that we wanted. So hopefully something will come from that. Check it. Friday time. The weekend looks pretty. Well, I don't know if it's the weekend. I know in a couple days. Oh no, well, not too bad. Next week, weather looks really nice. Weather. Cool. Oh yeah, look at that. Next week looks nice. I mean, to be honest, it was a little chilly this morning, but it felt refreshing. It was just that like right temperature where it wasn't super cold, wasn't super hot. It was just a refreshing light breeze. And I can accept that too pretty well. Okay, so we have some new stuff here. We have a cave entrance behind the waterfall. Oh, that's pretty cool. He moved my rocks. I mean, fair, to be honest. That is actually one thing I want to check, kind of check up on today is getting these crystals to be actual ingredients or something. Wait, it was these yellow ones, I think. But I need to analyze how I want to do that. Maybe some of these blue ones. Yeah, we'll have to figure it out. We have a new entrance here. We'll have to take a look at it, see if we need to add in any volumes. I might need to adjust like the snow volume, but we'll see. The weather mask, I mean. God, I hate this waterfall so much. Whatever. Just the material looks bad. I'm gonna move this beach ball back a bit too. I want it to be on, like, near the beach, but I don't want it to roll off into the water. Where was the one that we put over here? Oh, I might have deleted it by accident. There don't think that's gonna roll off. We'll see though. Okay, so we had this that was worked on, and what else? Let me see. He had his engine kept crashing because of memory error. I had the same thing with my old GPU. Added some cliff meshes to the second tower. Oh yeah, on the walkway up. Yeah, that looks nice. We should have done that in the first place. Like, I like the slopes, but unless you have good meshes or, you know, good materials, and you spend the time making it look nice, it just kind of looks... it kind of looks bad. So this is definitely an improvement. Yeah, I like this look. Okay, let's first things first, let's check on the weather masks and volume. Just make sure the logic is working with the changes. Need to reset the weather mask here. Where's the other one? This one? I don't know what caused the crash. Thought it was an optimization issue, but quickly changed performances, and that's not bad. Was it a video memory error? Was it like you've run out of video memory? Fuck you, eat shit, go die. I seem to recall that's what that error looked like. So it's just VRAM. I don't know what card you have, but I had it happen with my old GPU, which had, oh god, I remember. It was the 5600 XT, so it had 6 gigabytes of VRAM. My new card has 11, and it hasn't happened anymore. The 3060 has a lot of VRAM, I thought. Yeah, it's got 12 gigabytes. What the fuck? You have more VRAM than me. Shouldn't be happening. I'm gonna rotate this beam. Oh wait, this is the water mesh coming through. I can fix that. I don't know why it's not allowing me to select it. It does not need to be this wide. Yeah, that should solve that problem. I like the claustrophobic feeling here. Got a bit of an open spot. Unfortunately, these meshes are kind of ass. Okay, let's get the weather mask updated here. I think, how do we want to do this? These have to be... I thought they have to be on the same level in order to work, but they might not have to be. Yeah, they like start to cancel each other out. I think it's because it's canceling the masks above. Oh yeah, I see why. I see why. What is if I move it up to the Z level of these other masks? We can avoid that issue, but I think it's gonna fuck up the area above here. Maybe not. Actually, that might work. Yeah, that just barely works. I think I know why people don't mess with the weather stuff too much. It's just kind of a pain in the ass to use. It requires a lot of tinkering and fiddling around. But I think for like small, contained levels, as opposed to giant open worlds, it works really well. I think it's worth the effort. Okay, that's the obstacle vine. I'm gonna copy the title and description from here. Oh, by the way, this has a collision component on it that has to be scaled up. That's what detects the potion being thrown. Okay, that should look. But are there two here? What's this other box? Wait, how did I set this up? What did I make here? There's an obstacle box and an interactable collision. Which one do we scale? Oh wait, I know why. I know why. It's because we inherit from interactable. I know why. I remember. Oh, I remember. So we just make the interactable and the obstacle box the same scale. I remember now. Really stupid, but whatever. That'll work, and then we just need to get the... What is this? We could delete some of these nav modifiers. I don't know if the navigation is working properly within here. It is if you discount the nav modifiers and a little bit of shit here. We could keep it so we could prevent them from going inside. Which, technically I mean this, we shouldn't change anything then, because this will work just fine. The nav's okay. We do need to grab the audio controllers here. And I'm just gonna duplicate them. Okay, that should work. It's a little bit wonky, but not gonna be an issue. Let's go see how it sounds. I feel like we could boost ambient by default. We still have to do proper sound, some proper sound mixing on this. That cutoff is too quick. Hey, Brent, how you doing? Okay, this is... Yeah, we have to touch up this cave. Kind of half-baked down here. What are you guys doing? Were they kissing in the corner? Is this the kissing corner for the animals? By the mushroom, the toadstool, and the red crystal? You properly break this from outside? Yeah. From inside, I mean? Very nice. Yeah, I might reconfigure the rocks here because these aren't proper ingredients. Do I want to make ingredients today? It's kind of boring. And I'd have to make proper meshes so that when you like collect these crystals, they, you know, we change the mesh or it disappears or something. Because it's just confusing. Like, oh, this yellow crystal, this is only down here. I've only seen this down here. and then you can't do anything with it. Even though all the other crystals, the blue crystals, the red crystals, the purple ones, you can collect all those. Not this one, apparently. I thought I made it so you could walk in this this water. Maybe I didn't. I mean, it appears that I didn't. I should fix that. Yeah, that hits way too soon. I think it'd be this one, right? Silence outside, false, fate length multiplier. Let's do 0.25, and we'll move these both down. Because I feel like the sounds of the waterfall, you know, it's so loud that you would be able to hear this pretty deep into here. The only problem is that this will also keep the sound of the river until this point, so it's kind of a double-edged sword here. It's not bad. Let's slow this down a bit. Do 0.2 on that. With the same 0.25. Lower numbers equal slower. Okay. Spawn me in the ground, why don't you? You. It's very loud. Okay, yeah, that's better. It's gonna be weird why you don't hear it here, but it's acceptable. I'm okay with it. Why is it nighttime? Oh no, it's just those are always on, aren't they? In editor. I never noticed them though because we have clear skies on, so it just doesn't really have much of an impact. Okay. That looks good. Let me reconfigure the collision to not be visible here. That's annoying. It is hidden in game. Oh. I Weird. This one probably has the same issue. Yeah. I don't know why that box would have default been visible. Weird. And then we had a little bit of a gap here. I really like this feeling claustrophobic, this entrance. Hard to say that it's hidden, but I do like it. Maybe we can place a an elder mist next to here so it's glowing. That way it kind of draws the player's attention. Yeah, that's fine. I'll expand this box just a bit. Okay, I think that works. So if we wanted to make these crystals harvestable, I don't think we have like a base rock that we could replace this with. But I'll check. Because then we can just do a mesh swap. I think it's one of these. We have two rocks here. These seem to be different base meshes, like the rock part of it, not the crystal. These ones have some marks in them. Nah. But we could make our own, right? We could just take these rocks, do the same thing here, make them into blueprints. Problem solved, right? That would give us more control too. That's doable. That's doable. Can we do the same thing with the ore as well? Or are we kind of fucked there? Because we have ore rocks. But I think they're in the same kind of... Like, the gold ore and this ore here are actually the same rock, man. I think. Yes. But we don't have this rock mesh. By default. I mean, I guess I could maybe... Okay, I'm curious about something. It looks less silly than I would have thought. We could make our own variants of these two. But it's gonna look weirder because I can't UV map these properly. But for instance, if I take, where's Asset Forge? What do we have for primitives? I forget all the control of this. Oh yeah, okay, I remember now. All coming back. That looked like that. What is this? How do I get this to line up? It doesn't line up like that. What the fuck is this? Okay. Fuck that primitive. I don't really have anything like, oh, there's a full one. So I could take something like this, which looks a bit weird, but maybe it'll work. Export model. Unreal. Best shape. We'll throw this in the developers folder for the moment. No. No, thank you, bot, but I do not want to buy viewers. I appreciate the thought. And by that I mean I don't appreciate the thought. I kind of want to fix the root. It's gonna annoy me. It should be right. There we go. The scale is obviously quite wonky on this. I just wish I could separate these. Especially because you can see that they were, you know, they were added to this mesh. It's just kind of a shame that they didn't include them in the pack as separate meshes. Kind of sucks. It'd be cool if I could export just that part of the mesh. Because like if it can isolate it, you think, okay, is there a way to separate this within the engine? I mean, maybe there is. I don't know. Do not know nearly enough about this to know. Combine meshes? Source file, users, Brian. Yo, Brian, hook me up. It's a little bit funny that you can see sometimes the names of the people who make this. Yeah, I don't think there's any way to do it. I mean, there is like this modeling mode, right? Poly cut. Cut the selected mesh. No. I have no idea what I'm doing. But you can do UV stuff within Unreal? Really? Transforms, deformations. Kind of wild, actually, that you can do some of this stuff. Wow. Cut it. Huh. Okay, I'm getting sidetracked. Sorry. It's interesting. We're still back to our goal of we need to make our own bits here. Base color, flaw master. Got weather hooked up. I'm curious why is the material so scrunched? Maybe there's some nicer looking ore that we can do. We could do one of those ones where like a fool's gold kind of lattice. I mean, like these, right? I like these. I don't know. That kind of looks dumb. Looks dumb. Looks dumb. Maybe I can make something with this modeling mode. Let's start with the cylinder. Because that's the smart thing, right? Radial slices. Oh, wait, I see. Height subdivision. We'll subdivide this. Hey, Belicha, how you doing? How's your Friday? Dynamic radius. So now can I take this top bit? Good, no complaints at the gym and screwing around in Blender. I guess we're both doing modeling then. I hope you're doing a lot better than me. Ooh. Symmetry. Very strong. Actually doing anything? What am I doing even? I don't even know anymore. I don't even know at this point, to be honest. I think I'm trying to convince myself that as long as I do something that isn't just playing with the beach ball all day, then I'll have made progress. I mean, I'm kind of just trying to make something that is irregular and something I can apply this stupid material to that doesn't look completely terrible. How can I just grab the vertices? So much easier in 3ds Max. This is so tough in whatever this. I just grab the verse. Do that. Yeah, you can model directly in Unreal. I mean, this is my first time ever using it, so there's certainly going to be some problems. I like select everything behind too. Okay, I can select the triangles. That's all fine and dandy. That's wonderful. What can I then do shit with? Okay, wait. I have to accept. No, that's not it. Yeah, it is pretty wild what Unreal just kind of has. Here you go. Here's full modeling. Like just edit based on groups. Directly extrude. Hmm. I mean, okay, we're getting really off track of what we were doing. Stop playing around. Okay, this is interesting, but this doesn't solve our problems, which are, I just need a rock with some gold in it, and I don't really care what it looks like or how bad it looks. We can even reuse other meshes and just this stupid material on it, right? So what do we have? We have some crystals here, right? I could just use these and throw this material onto it, which could look worse. Gold or cinder black. Looks sick. I need to be able to take a rock, normal rock, right? Like this rock, and make it an ingredient, a collectible ingredient that got some gold ore sticking out of it, right? And you can collect it. and it disappears and shit. So that's really just about what I need to do. I don't think I need to spend my time overcomplicating things and worrying that it's not going to look great, because honestly, people won't give a shit. I mean, it would look better, yes, if the material was actually lined up to the vertices like it is here, to the edges. Nobody's gonna care, because these are the ones that I can't do anything about. These are just the full static mesh package. No difference for you. Like, there's no rock that I can use. I can just like replace this with. So I kind of have to make something from scratch, which is fine. It's annoying, but it's not the end of the world. Let's try it. Gold or... because now we can add as many ingredients as we want to the game. We have the page system working. We can do whatever we need to do. Collectible ingredients, gold ore, ingredient mesh. Okay. Here is our... here's our challenge. We do have change actor. We have three harvest behaviors that we can work with here. We can do hide meshes, change actor, destroy. I think hide meshes is probably going to be our best bet. Or we could change actor entirely. I'm thinking if we make a new, because this is just a static mesh, we could convert a group of static meshes into a full static mesh. So we could have a rock base, the main static mesh, which will just be a group of gold ore that we place within it. Changing actor could be nice too, but I don't know how we set that up. Toggle mesh. And I think we do that with the flowering bush right now. We switch the actor from the one with the flowers to the one without flowers. So we could do something similar there. Yeah, we just flip flop the static mesh. Okay, let's see then. Joe mesh's toggle mesh. Oh yeah, okay. Toggle mesh, yeah. Okay. I see how that's working. We could do that. We could take just a base rock and a rock with ore. So essentially all we would have to do, and now I don't think I've ever baked a selection of static meshes down to a single static mesh. I don't really remember how to do that. Let's figure it out. And if somebody knows, feel free to tell me. We have these two. It could be in like the modeling mode. Model. Like I have them both select union. Boolean union, the selected meshes in self. No. Convert BSP to a new mesh object. Not BSPs though. Merge multiple meshes to create new objects. Accept. Building merged. Combined instant. Generated combined. Is there a way to save this? Alchemy maps. I mean, it does say it's a mesh here. I think that is how you can do it. I mean, it looks fine to me. It's just the named is combined, right? So it makes it sound different, but it is just a static mesh. Okay. Well, that's pretty easy. Okay. And then we can always move them out of this this folder later. So okay, that'll work. Let's take a rock. One that we're gonna use, like this rock small or whatever, right? They all kind of look terrible though, because they're... You just look like turds. I'll do this boulder. Wait a second, is this boulder the same as... No, it's not. It seems weird, doesn't it? I'm not the only one that's thinking that. You create this ore rock per pack. It's like you have your rock, you have your ore. Why would you not just export the rock and use that in the pack as well? Like, there's nothing wrong with this rock. Unless it is. Just for some reason a lower resolution. Hold the phone. Beautiful. Hold on a sec. It's the same base texture, but for some reason, and the same model, mostly. But this one is clearly higher resolution in both the mesh and the texture. Hold on, wait. It's using MI rock all large, MI rock all large. I don't get it. Texture size.
Bullshit.
Oh, Magic, thank you for the follow.
Bullshit. Derivative. That I love. I absolutely love.
Me too, Frank. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. As I stare at rocks trying to figure out why this material is the same as this material. Now it's the same. But has a higher resolution than over here. So confused. You know, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change our plans. It will confuse me to the ends of the earth. Put it under the map and call it an Easter egg. We did add an Easter egg yesterday with our beach ball. I don't think the publishers are gonna like it, but just don't tell them about it. Crystal. Okay, we need to take some of these crystals, shove them deep inside the rock. We want to do this in the same way as okay, what's our plan here? We need to make one mesh that is the rock with a couple of small crystals and then one larger crystal on it. That's what the player is harvesting, is that large crystal cluster. Same thing we do for our other meshes. So these will be the smaller ones. This will be the bigger cluster that the player's actually harvesting. Lost Notes, thank you for the raid of 17 people. Welcome, guys. How are you guys doing today? Happy Friday. Welcome to the stream. We're making a mesh. We're making a combined static mesh. I can replace the ones in my cave with ones that the player can harvest with the ingredient system that we have. I'm just trying to figure out my pipeline for it because I just started to craft this. Okay, if we take these three, go to the modeling mode. We go to one of these options, merge, accept, and then we select this one, merge, accept. We should now have two new models. One with the big crystal and one without. Yes. Looks very cool, thank you. What were you working on today? We're doing some game dev as well. Web dev. What kind of web stuff do you build? Excuse my my ignorance. I wish I was game dev. It looks cool but hard. It's a challenge. I mean, that's quite. I think you probably have a lot of similarities with web dev, where even doing similar things for new sites or clients or however it works, you can tell me if I'm wrong. Similar things can still be a challenge because you're having to consider different aspects of that site and the way that maybe the navigation works or different elements and how they're going to react. I think game dev is pretty similar to that, where you might be doing the same things you've done before in other games, but because of the new systems and the new goals, there's always a challenge to it. There's always something fresh to it. Okay, I think this looks good. How does this look with at nighttime though? I guess it's always tough to learn, yeah. Okay, so that's the combined one. But I like that. I like that I will never be a expert in my field, or in the way that I define it, right? There will always be something to learn. There will always be people to observe and people who will exceed me in every single way. And that kind of drives me to become better. Okay, those look pretty good. What we should be able to do is take most of the places where we want to have collectible. Well, we can have a few versions. We can have a collectible crystal rock, or we could have a collectible crystal on its own, not embedded within a rock. Or do we want to go the same route that we did before, which was
Bullshit. Bullshit. Derivative.
Thank you for the follow, man.
That I love. I absolutely love.
So we have a couple here where it's nice if I can place the rock because it's more abnormal, and I don't have to worry about the situation like we have here where they're kind of flat. They have to be placed on a flat surface. Same with all these. It's nice to have the rock that I can append where I need it. That said, having just the raw crystal could be kind of nice too. The old school flat version of the raw crystal. Good thing is I won't have to adjust any of these back here. God, I love what we did with this. Nestled in. I know it might be a lot to explain, but what is kind of the basis of this game? I don't think it's a lot to explain. And I think that it's worth asking because I need to get better at giving that pitch of what the game is. Also, the player can get stuck here. That's not going to be good. So the premise of the game is you are an alchemist living way out in the woods in a fantasy world along a road that connects larger kingdoms. So you're very isolated, but people can still access you, and so you kind of take clients as they wander in off the road. Passers-by, adventurers, people journeying between these kingdoms of whatever note, and the potions that you create for them can alter the fate of those individuals and their journeys. So, for instance, if Knight in Shining Armor walks in, he's about to go to a dungeon, asks for a healing potion, and you say, here's a healing potion, and it's really like poison that you're giving him, that might get him killed. And so his storyline is now altered because of that. And you might have much larger implications. So if you provide poison to some shady individual, he might go on to kill maybe a high-ranking noble or a king of one of those kingdoms. That'll fall into ruin. You might end up having more refugees pass by or something because the power vacuum has created, a war. So, you have this basic, casual kind of game premise on the foundation, but then it kind of branches into more of a narrative-based game where your choices and your actions indirectly impact how the world is going to be shaped. So it's kind of like a role-playing game in an extent, but like more of a truer definition of role-playing game, right? You play this role, and however you want to play it morally is up to you. When can I play it, but it sounds really awesome? I mean, you can download the public build right now if you want. I need to make a new one within like the next week. But this is just a prototype. It's just a prototype right now. We have a much larger scope in mind with an overarching narrative to it. So like this corruption that's gripping the land, and every new moon phase, because we'll have moon phases, will spread this corruption further, and you have to try to fight it back. And then of course you have these uncommon guests appear that are named unique NPCs with voices, with personalities and goals and dreams. And you can sabotage those dreams, you can ruin this person's life, or you can help them. Entirely up to you. I don't want to pander, I don't want to force any of my ideals or ideology on other people. It's just, here's a unique individual, here's their story. How do you want to do it? You want to be the evil alchemist that just destroys everybody's life? Do you want to be the good alchemist that tries to, only help people who seem worthy of helping? Or do you just want to help anybody that walks in and not judge their character or motives? Any combination of that. That to me is pretty fun. Oh yeah, let me get the sound cue down here for the... Where's the room? Pull that down here. Uh-oh. I lost it. There it is. That looks good. So yeah, it's there's gonna be potion combat, so there'll be some monsters and some creatures in the world, like you can see here. You'll be able to use the potions that you craft to throw at them and to do effects. The combat is going to be more, not like numbers and health bar based, but more mechanical based. So you'll have to counter the mechanics of the creature, or find a way to use like utility effects on the alchemy itself to bypass the creature, or just not deal with it in the first place, right? So if you can't find a way to destroy it, you can find a way to freeze it, to slow it down, and that way you can get around it without it attacking you. You can of course also drink the potions that you make yourself for different buffs. Game sounds fun and unique. Another question is, will there be consequences to you or your land if you piss off a high-ranking member or start a war? I suppose that's up to That's going to depend on scope. I can say that there might be some consequences, but it'll depend on the writing of it. And what we have time to implement. The more unique outcomes that we have, the more that we have to write. But I do think that that is also a necessity. So it's hard for me to say yes or no simply because I don't know of all the stories we want to have yet, and so therefore I don't know how we how we want to change the world based on the things that the player does. Let's put it this way. For instance, if the player solves does something specific, right, for a character, and you help them, they're like, okay, I'm gonna come back, I'm gonna plant this thing in your land, it's gonna grow into a big, beautiful tree. Mechanically, it's not difficult, right? It's just, okay, when this is triggered, we trigger this thing, mesh appears, and now play its logic. It's not complex. But it's definitely gonna come down to the writers and what they want to do with it. But I have crafted a system that I think is very flexible in that manner. So if they want to do something cool like that, they shouldn't have any problem achieving it. I want to hide that, but... there we go. There was a seam on that edge that was looking pretty bad. Should make it look a bit better. Okay, so we can do it this way. We can also now have a separate... What if I have two things? Because the collectible ingredient settings determines whether or not we have harvest behavior of change actor or hide meshes. We could have two collectible ingredients, just different types. Hopefully it does get into the game. I do get where you're coming from, though. I made some level design for a friend's game, and I had to remake a whole small town in normal form and destroy it if the player made a choice in the game. Oh my god. That's pretty cool, though. Yeah, I mean, it certainly wouldn't be impossible to do. I think it's too early to provide examples, right? Once we go from our prototype to vertical slice, I think we'll start to have more of those answers uncovered because we'll have to have them uncovered in order to properly plan the rest of the development. But for now, we have a system and we can trigger things based on the outcomes. So we have a system of alchemy. The player can make potions, the player can talk to NPCs, the player can give potions to the NPCs, and we can have any, right now it's 5, but we can have any number of outcomes based on the potions provided. And the outcomes can have customized effects based on what the writers want to do with it. So all 5 outcomes could be positive, all could be negative. We could do any combination of that. We can flip-flop it, so if you provide the potion, something bad happens. If you don't provide it, something good happens. You know, I have the system of getting from point A to point B, and the writers now can then write and determine what is point A, what is point B, and do we need to add any new game mechanics to accommodate that point B. Hey, Forest and Strawberry. I'm actually learning blueprints right now. You mentioned having an Excel sheet that could export to CSV. Do you still have that sheet? I do still have that. You will be required to do a bit of Visual Basic in order to customize the script. It could be a little bit of a learning curve, let's put it that way. Worked with Visual Basic? Perfect. Most of it should be commented. I think it's pretty understandable. But yeah, I can provide that if you need it. Okay, so we have this. Do we want to make multiple variants of the rock? What do we do? Might do that. Cracking into Unreal is super fun? Yeah, it is. I worked for a few years barely doing anything in Engine. Let's just say that the production of what I was working on was really terrible. Very, very poorly handled production. And it was I don't know, it was really demoralizing. It was basically just a glorified clerk of writing documentation. But yes. Group's working on making a player zoo right now. A player zoo? What's a player zoo? I want to make sure I understand absolutely everything that every member of the team is doing. If I can work with data tables in Excel to export to a CSV for my programmers, that would be amazing. Hit me up on Discord. Just send me a message after... Well, I don't know what time it is for you now, but you can send it now and remind me if I don't get back to you tomorrow, or remind me like an hour after my stream ends and I'll be home. Then I can send it. Let's take Boulder 2. Yeah, I'm kind of forgetful sometimes, so I apologize. Like a space to demonstrate basic mechanic systems and function, like having the player run into a damage box or a heal box. You mean like a smoke test level? Just bare bones level with all the mechanics in it for testing? I've never heard player zoo. I've always heard like a smoke test or a test level. Not that any single term is better or worse, but I'm curious what the if more people use that term. If I've just been using like some super abstract unused term before. It's pretty big. Let's shove it in more. Okay, that'll work. And then we select all of the older and the smaller one. Modeling, X form, merge, accept, like big boy, merge. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, do we even need to do this technically? Because if we're creating this merged mesh here, why would we not just be able to make it within the collectible ingredient? I'm sorry, this ingredient. We'll make the base mesh. Like make the base static mesh rock. And then the main mesh that gets deleted is gonna be the crystal. You're just doing things like, yo, Scooter, how you doing? Has been a minute. Time flies, doesn't it? Like, what is preventing me from doing it this way? I don't know if you heard everything going on with the Battle State games and Tarkov, but I was watching that shit almost all day until I fell asleep. I heard about some, I think it was some super expensive like edition. That's about everything that I know about that situation currently, so. Crystal 2. I think it was I got confused because I thought that we might need to do the hide meshes because we have the base rock. But we just won't attach the rock to any logic and it shouldn't do anything. Then the community started an uproar. Even big content creators got pissed at BSG. Then on top of that, they fucking flamed a brand new game called plagiarism because it's an extraction-based looter shooter FPS game. Wait, the creators of Tarkov wrote something bad about another extraction looter shooter? Like what, on Twitter or something? Bro, you're Tarkov, like... You have like one of the biggest player bases, you don't need to be shitting on other games. All you have to do is make a good game. You're literally your only job, is make good game. And your player base will stay around. How difficult is it? Really awesome Unreal plugin I just found for reading or writing directly from Excel files. Can you share the link to that? How would this work? Because my main question is going to be structures. How does it handle structures? Make variant. Cell range reference. Bool array and sheet. Need cell reference. And documentation. It also seems like this would be really annoying. I mean, I guess if you would have to spend a lot of time making macros or like a function library in order to take a bunch of data and then format it into your structures, which, I mean, to be expected, right? Slow? I don't think it would be too, well, I suppose it's a trade-off, right? You can either use something like I do, which is the script within Excel to export to CSV for Unreal, or you use something like this, which you would then just transfer the work into Unreal. I would argue that at the very least, while the second option might be more elegant and keep it all within Unreal, you're then adding overhead every time you want to grab data, because you're grabbing it from a spreadsheet, not a data table. It might also mean that it would be difficult for programmers to work with. I like this is all just speculation, because it is a whole separate object. Additionally, if you add another row or column in, you would have to probably, maybe, adjust your blueprints in here to accommodate that. Yeah, I don't know. Because yeah, if you have something simple like this, sure, maybe it's gonna look fine, but it also just seems like a lot of effort to go to, where you could just write a Visual Basic script. But there's just a function to begin play to turn XLS into CSV. I mean, maybe. But like if you're nesting structures within arrays of structures, I don't know. I don't know. I'd have to see how it works, but I suppose it's up to preference, right? So C++. Whatever works, whatever gets the job done, right? Dull and Twit, people were also calling them out because people who bought Edge of Darkness were promised they would get all extra content, DLC, etc., but they just spat in our face. Where's the tweet? Or like, I guess maybe they deleted it, but do you have like an archive of them shitting on the other game? I'd love to look at that. Which is just so dumb. Basically, it would be like if Minecraft just shit on some new Minecraft-like game coming out. It's like, you guys have how much money? How many players around the world? Really? Do you need to be doing this? Battle State Games. Twitter. Have a nice 20-minute adventure in the blatant plagiarist game In and Out. So the game is called Arena Breakout Infinite. This game? Originally mobile, coming to PC. I mean, it's just a realistic extraction looter shooter. I mean, where's the plagiarism? Video games cannot be sued for plagiarism for simply being a same or similar category or genre. PSG would need to prove that assets were taken from EFT and used directly in AB to begin legal claims of copyright infringement or plagiarism. Yeah. It's like, that's all they're saying is like, oh, it's a realistic looter shooter, so you've stolen our idea. Get ready to meet our lawyers. What clowns? What absolute clowns? I mean, how many people are playing? So, okay, so this is a mobile game, right? Where's the mobile game link? Mobile. Google Play. I mean, it's free to play, right? 10 million plus downloads. That's probably why. It's because they feel threatened. I mean, this is smart of Level Infinite, by the way. Make really popular, very well rated, free to play mobile game. Make PC version free to play, and it looks really nice. I mean, it looks pretty cool. And it looks easy to get into as well, which I think for a lot of people who are turned off by Tarkov, this might, to some extent, appear easier to jump into. Although this is a fucking mess. Christ, this is maybe a few too many attachments to your gun. But still, why are you posting shit on Twitter? If anything, it's just going to make more people want to go check out that game. You've just given them free marketing. Idiots. College is super cool and has revision control set up through Perforce. That's nice. It's going to be awesome. I will say, I like Perforce. No, well, I don't like Perforce. I don't like the way that it's kind of considered industry standard. I don't like the terminology that it uses, and I don't like the way that it handles branches. Well, it doesn't have branches, if I recall correctly. The swim lanes of Perforce are kind of annoying to work with. What am I doing? Collectible ingredient. I called this gold ore, but it's actually just crystals because I was testing it. Let me rename those. Yellow crystal. I'm just biased, but I really like I like the branches that plastic offers. And it's also much cheaper. The weird swim lane stuff in Perforces. I don't know. It is nice, however, that your university has it set up for you guys. But I heard that tweet alone, I think, gave Arena Breakout an extra 5,000 followers in a day. I'm surprised they haven't deleted that tweet yet and issued an apology. I mean, it's been how long since that tweet came out? What a bunch of clowns. 13 hours, and it should have been deleted. It's gonna be free NPC upload instead of buying Tarkov. Yeah, I mean, same thing. It'll be on Steam, and it's free to play. I think they just feel threatened. I'll never forget the time the Tarkov servers went down and the Tarkov devs were fucking clubbing live on Twitch. Okay, were they clubbing live before it went down? Or did it go down and then they started clubbing? And what happened when it went down? Did they stop that and go fix it? Or did they just keep doing it? It went down as they were live. Dude, what terrible timing, this sucks. Yellow crystal 1. Duplicate. Yellow crystal in rock. They kept doing it. On top of that, BSG is based in Russia, and the motherfuckers clubbing went somewhere in Europe. I mean, it could have been that the people in charge of keeping the servers up and maintaining them were probably not at the club. I mean, at the very least, if that happened while I was, you know, I don't know, we were hosting a Microraptor party or something. I don't know what would go offline, but let's just pretend that we had an online game that went offline. I'd probably say, you know, hey, we're gonna get that restored right away. The people in charge of this are not here at the thing. At the event, we'll keep you guys informed live as news comes out. Servers are back up in a few hours, but it was funny seeing the servers go down meanwhile everyone's out partying yet. It does kind of suck. Hide meshes, yellow crystal. We have the two. Here. Rock. Boulder 2. Crystal group 2. Okay, collectible ingredient. It's gonna have to be pretty big, the interactable collision. We need to account for... This is really awkward. This is really, really awkward. Did I just crash the engine? Oh, okay, no. I don't know what the fuck was going on. Okay, main mesh. Visible. Did we have to do anything else to this, or is this... Okay. Okay, we don't have the ingredient yet. Set that to none. Hide meshes, growth cycle. Fine. Seems to be working fine. Yeah, those will have collision. Collision looks fine though on those. And then I'm gonna make two variants of this with... Well, we're gonna rename this Yellow Crystal in Rock. And AF Yellow Crystal in Rock. We're gonna duplicate... all of these. We'll call this Yellow Crystal. One. So we'll have ones that are with, like, inside a rock and ones that are just on their own. Perfect. crystal and rock, save, looks good. And a regular yellow crystal, 2. That way we can paint with them in the foliage now, in the foliage system. We want to delete the rock, set this location back to 0, 0. I'm going to do the same for the sub meshes as well. Okay. That should look fine. I'll move this up maybe just a little bit. Well, yeah, just a little. And we shouldn't have to change any of the logic here. Just update the... collectible ingredient. And then same thing here, delete, reset. We'll main mesh up just a little bit. Then sub mesh here. Okay, let's fix the collision. Looks good. So now we should have 2 crystal, crystal and rock. Should have these and these. Beautiful. It's a little bit of work to set those up. But they just work, which is nice. And then we can replace all the instances of yellow crystal with, well, all the ones that the player can, like, could reasonably get to and harvest with these foliage. This one can be deleted. Go into foliage. Crystal and rock. Then we can select it and we can do a little bit of maneuvering. Looks good. A little awkward maybe, but it works. We'll have to do the same here with the blue crystals and the ore. But this is a start. Delete foliage. And then this one, what we can do is paint just the standard single one. Like so. And the big ones will say like, this is too big for you to collect. You gotta go for the smaller ones. I could even make like a... I could make like a blueprint for the bigger ones that if you just go up to them and hover over them, it says like, hey, you're not getting into this one. This is not collectible. Oops. Okay, there's a single one back here. I don't think the overlapping boxes should be an issue. I may have to check that out, just to be safe, because I don't think I have any other instance of overlapping interactable boxes like this. It shouldn't cause a problem. And that box could really go deeper. Yeah. Better. Okay. I think that's all the yellow crystals. We don't have very many, but we don't need too many. It's nice if this is like the only place where you can really find them. These we don't have to touch, because the player can't reach them anyway. So those can be just props. Same with those. And these. Let's go see if the player can collect them just fine. We'll test. Fuck you. Oops, we gotta delete. Oopsies. Right here. Okay, where are they? No. It says it's just because we haven't applied anything, so it actually just keeps the old information, which is, we probably shouldn't have it do that. But I'll fix that up. We just need to apply it into the database. It's just gonna say whatever is the last thing we harvested is. I don't think it's causing an issue. And it's nice that we can keep some of the light and color here. Even when those are harvested. They do grow back, by the way, after 48 in-game hours is the current setting of them being harvested. They will grow back. What is it with this corner? Why are you guys always in here? Weird creatures. Yeah, I can get that basic info in here real quick. 9G, yellow, crystal, N. I think there's just gonna be N and G. I don't think you can do anything else with the crystals except grind them up. E, yellow, crystal. Other normal, round, cave, cave. Not really relevant, I don't think. Yeah, none of those are relevant because they just grow year round in the caves. But it's a crystal, I don't know how to explain it. Maybe we'll do something with like stamina. Do block. Stamina. How much do we have? We'll do resist poison. Then Frenzy. Frenzy 2, resist poison 1, fortify block 1. And when you grind it up, I don't know what will change. I need my notes document. That's it. That's not it. That's it. Potency of healing. Okay, so let's do fortify block 1. Restore health 1, frenzy 2. Nothing too wild. Sweetness, bitterness, sourness. I'm just gonna copy the red crystal. That's fine. Prototype map. That looks good. And we'll just need to get some colors in here, but I'll send that backwards. And we'll need a yellow crystal texture real quick. Yellow crystal icon. That works. That works. That works just fine. Yellow crystal. Alchemy, art, radiant icons. Obviously, these are all just placeholder, so don't get too worried about them. It will not be used in a commercial product. export. We should have yellow crystals in here now. Yep. We just need to set the temporary color to kind of like a orangish yellow. More like this color. Let's there's 0.7273, 0.06. Perfect. Export. Re-import. Looking good. Foliage, yellow crystal, and it would be in the collectible ingredient. We need to change the defaults to ING, yellow crystal, N. Compile, save all. And now the player should see them. And we should be able to collect them. They should go into our inventory, and we should be able to create stuff with them. If you're curious about the process of making new ingredients, it's not too bad. I mean, if we consider that our game is probably not going to have more than, I don't know, maybe a few hundred. And that's a very, very liberal estimate. You know, we can use that pipeline to determine exactly how long it's going to take for us to make everything in the game. Error no string, that would be correct because I did not add the strings in because I'm stupid. Let's do that. File. Strings. Okay. Alchemy, data, strings, re-import, save, check out. Play from here. There we go, yellow crystal. Looks good. And the player should also see all that in their ingredient shelf, of course. Yep, there it is. Okay, now we just need to do that a bunch more times for the blue crystals, or we just use the same. Honestly, I'll just make this. What do we want to do? I'm gonna set up the meshes in the same way we did for the yellow crystals, but I won't make a new ingredient. We'll just use the blue crystals that we already have. So this ingredient. Also, this plane needs to be have its collision removed. And we do actually have these purple crystals too. I might do the same thing because we already have a purple crystal collectible ingredient. We'll just update the meshes to be collectible, but tie them to the same purple crystal ingredient that we have. I'm pretty sure we have a purple crystal. Yeah, we have these. Different mesh, same ingredient. And for the ore, we'll figure it out. We'll figure out the ores. I don't really know if I want the player to be able to collect those anyway. But it could be cool. Like, why wouldn't you be able to use that to make cool magical potions? I mean, it's gold, right? You think that would add luck or something. And redstone. I don't know what this is. Ruby. And redstone. Emerald. Or maybe, I mean, maybe these can also be sold to a merchant, so maybe both. Why not both? Why not use expensive jewels in potions or selling? Yeah, I like that. Okay, foliage, yellow crystal. We'll duplicate the purple crystal files and just change the ingredient meshes. Same thing we did for the yellow crystals. We will duplicate. Or do we want to do purple first or these? Let's do the blue ones first. Do we have any instances of these where they're not in a rock? No, I only see 3 cases where we use them. 4 cases. Yeah, and they're all within the rock. We'll duplicate these. AF blue crystal in rock. Collectible ingredient blue crystal in rock. Crystal in rock 1. In rock 2. mesh. We'll do the same boulders maybe. I know that there are other rocks, but they kind of look shit. Well, we can try to scale one up and see how it looks. Why not? We can always warp it a little bit, right? Main mesh. Wait, which ones are they? Oh yeah, we don't have the groups of them like this. We would have to do... We could make one. We could make a merged blue crystal group. One that isn't like this, because this is just kind of... flat. Let me do that real quick. These look more purple than blue anyway, in my opinion. We could adjust them a bit. Oh, they just use color. There are just global vector parameter values, so we could even change their color a bit. Really? Oh yeah, look at that. Well, now that I like. That is kind of... aggressively purple. Something, I don't know, something about that kind of makes me nauseous. I don't know how to describe it. Almost more pink than purple. Ooh, it's a really aggressive color. Bit better. I guess I could always duplicate these and change the color then too. And create a new material instance. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, for now, let's make a quick grouping of these. Let me do that actually. Let me duplicate these. Well, I could just change these crystal groups, right? If I duplicate this crystal group. MI crystal yellow. Yeah, I should just build it. Hold on. Visit this, duplicate. Crystal blue. And we'll take the global vector parameters, copy, paste. And now we have a group of blue crystals. Easy game. Okay, SM crystal group blue 1. Blue 2. Here we go. Easy. So I guess in this case what we could do is no, it should be fine. Yeah, we're fine. Main mesh. Blue crystal group 1. How big will this be though? About the same size. Okay. The rock is pretty damn big. Rock is way too big. And then we'll change these submeshes to be blue crystal. I specifically want the crystals from one. I mean, we could do the same thing as before, and if we need different meshes to show here, we can just copy others and recolor them. Okay, save. I'm going to delete this one. Okay. We're gonna change the rock on the bottom. Orientation. Rock is okay. Okay, perfect. Chat, most of you guys are men, right? Are there any like celebrities that you would be gay for? Like, I don't swing that way, but if this person made an offer, I might consider it. White meshes, blue crystal pen, that looks good. Then we just need to make this do blue crystal emerald. Yeah, that looks good. Where are the blue crystals we have? We have one here. That'll be a bit sneaky to get. I should be able to scale it down without a problem. I haven't yet done one where I've scaled down the ingredient, but it shouldn't be an issue. crystal introduced. We'll unselect the yellow crystal. Thank you. I shouldn't have any problem scaling it down. Yeah. Stop clipping. It's a little awkward. I'll allow it. Corner. I don't know if the player can actually even reach this one. I suppose we'll find out. One here. If we can scale it down, we should be able to scale it up a bit. It's a little janky. Good. 1, 2, 3. Are there not 4 of these? Are you crazy? Oh yeah, the 4th one is in the mine cart. Okay. It should just work. Especially because we already have the ingredient in the game, so didn't have to do anything from the data side. nice. I like that location. Oh yeah, this is reachable. Okay, yeah, this feels solid so far. Okay. Blue crystal done. We have these purple ones, these large. We could say that these ones are... just not collectible. Like they're clearly too big. But I would almost want to make a blueprint. We've done a blueprint with that. It's whatever this like tree derives from. What's its parent? Its parent class is actor? No, it's an interactable. Blueprints. Wait, where is it? Oh, it's in content interactable. We didn't even move it from the original location. And it's not getting the box. Setup widget, pop up. The ingredient hover tooltip, which is coming from BPI interactable. So we can make anything and just give it the interface. Okay. 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 That's what we'll do. It'll be BP. Well, it'd be nice if it was like a component, like we could add it to any blueprint. But what I could also do is just make a blueprint that is... we can just add a static mesh. Like object with tooltip or something. Object with tooltip. And the parent class will be... it isn't interactable, so it's just gonna be an actor. BP object with tooltip. His brain froze for a second. interact. It would still need something to hit it though, so it... Is the parent... No, the parent class is BP interact. Okay, let me just reparent it then. We'll delete the interface, because I think the parent has the interface. Interact. We'll just not have anything on interact. It'll just be a tooltip. Outside range, within range, nothing on interact. We'll add a static mesh. We'll just throw default cube in there. Yep. Okay. Object tooltip, event, outside range, treat to heal. We essentially just want to do this. Oop. Control C. Control V. Remote to variable. First box. Now we'll keep the spaces. Instance editable. File save. Go to variable. Editable. That should work. So essentially you take the object with toolbox, object with tooltip, toolbox, and let's say we want it to be something that looks harvestable but isn't, just for some player feedback. Like maybe these larger crystals. Place it down, we'll take this static mesh. Select the static mesh. Place. And I'll even copy the transform. Copy, paste, delete this, and I'll take the interactable collision and scale that properly. We'll do the same thing over here. This was using Crystal 0. And then the text we can put yellow crystal, too large to harvest. If that's working properly, I think I also want to copy the properties for this. Yeah, for this obstacle. Copy. Alright, let's go check it out. That way we can have other things in the game that are too large to harvest, that if the player goes up to them, they get some feedback through that tooltip that, hey, this is not harvestable, this is just a prop. In a more immersive way though, right? Thought I heard something. Too large to harvest. This one isn't. Okay. That's good. We can replace these larger ones back here with that. And maybe the purple crystals too. We can always bake these down into a combination mesh as well, and then just use that as the static mesh. If we have these like big clusters. That way we don't have to write or make a whole bunch of different objects. This. Modeling, X4, merge, accept. And we'll do the same thing here. Well, this is kind of an awkward shape. I mean, I could get a box around this easily, but it would be... It could be awkward. It might be easier just to do one box for this, and then one box for this. We'll do it that way. Okay. Content, alchemy, blueprints, object tooltip. Purple crystals. Too large, too hard. Copy properties. Paste. Take the collision and scale it up. Okay, no, I like this blueprint. It's nice. This gives us a lot of freedom to place things in the world as we need to. But ensure that the player's not going to get confused about whether or not they can do something with that. Properties. Paste. What? Copy all properties. There you go. That was weird. Purple crystals. Too large to harvest. In the full game, it might be cool if there was a way to break these up. My only concern is that if we make the world memorably destructible. That's not a good way to put it. If we make the destruction in the world persistent, so you have this giant purple crystal, you can destroy it, harvest, I don't know, 20 purple crystals, well, maybe it doesn't grow back. You know, so do we want to allow the player to destroy the world enough where it kind of loses visual interest? I can see arguments for both, yes and no. I don't think the argument to allow it is very strong. Because at least in my mind, the argument is if we allow the player to do it, or the player wants to do it, we should allow the player to do it. And if they destroy the environment like that, they shouldn't have a right to complain that it loses its visual appeal. I don't really like that argument. I think that if we allow the player to do it, they are going to do it. You know, it's resources, like of course the player's gonna harvest it, so. I think making some things just off limits is probably, if it's understandable why it's that way, and it's communicated well, I don't think that there's an issue. If we teach the player that, hey, you harvest the small ones, big ones are there just for looks. I don't think that that's going to confuse the player. Player's not gonna be able to get up that far anyway. That looks good. Okay, that covers the big purple and this purple cluster. We just need to do this yellow, and this one. Paste. That's not what I wanted. Copy. Delete. Static mesh. Use. Paste. Really? Oh, because we have to paste it in the scene root. There we go. It was doing relative. That's not where it was. It was like angled. You guys can't hear it, but somebody's like banging. Really annoying. Okay. I'm trying to get this precise because then we have the yellow crystal next to it. I mean, I could always just move it a little bit to the side. Not a big deal. Static mesh, use. Copy all properties. Paste. That's good. We'll just make the collision a bit bigger. Blue crystal, too large to harvest. Yellow crystal. Okay, last but not least, we have this one. In, copy properties, delete, paste. I thought it was sticking out of the ground more. Hey Luigi, how you doing? Good to see you. Going good. We are kind of just cleaning up the cave down here, adding in some of the ingredients that we missed. I think we're gonna try to tackle the ore next. You're molding? What the fuck happened? Substance designer is throwing up warnings. One of those cases of it shouldn't be doing it, why the fuck is it happening? Who designed this garbage kind of feeling? Oh, not telling you what they are. Oh, I love it. Dirt has some warnings. What was doing that to me recently? I think it was something in Unreal. It was like something was, oh, there's an error. It's like, great. How am I supposed to fix it if that's all you tell me? Oh, I know what it was. It was I was trying to make a build of our game, and the landscape, there was some error in the landscape that was causing it to crash. Or to fail the build. Yeah, okay, it's all coming back now. Okay, so it was like some instance foliage that has encountered an error or something, build failed. That's it. That's all it tells me. And there's no way to diagnose this. And do you know what the instanced foliage is? It's literally everything highlighted in yellow here. So I'm like, great. Which one of these things is the issue? So I had a sneaking suspicion that it might be because of collectible ingredients. So what I did, there's not much to troubleshoot. Yeah, exactly. I deleted all of my ingredients, tried the build again, worked. And I kept narrowing it down until I figured out that we had two, like, ox skeletons props in the desert. That they were fine. It was just a collection of static meshes. And for some reason, they were causing the build to fail. And it took me like 4 hours. I was so fucking pissed. I couldn't figure out what the issue was. It's like delete things from my project, try the build, and slowly restore things. God, that was so frustrating. And so I just deleted them from the project. Unreal, we love it, but we hate you. I don't know what it was. I was like, fuck it, it's not worth it. Delete from project forever. Goodbye. There's other frustrating ones too, where if there's some error with a blueprint, it just tells you what graph the error occurred in, and sometimes it won't tell you exactly where it occurred within that graph. So if you have a really complex event graph, you just kind of have to find the issue. Fix that. Okay, purple crystals, too large to harvest. This one isn't. Nice. Nice. So I'm in my 200 node graph. Yeah, that's barely anything. Like I got the alchemy table. God forbid it ever throws up one of those errors with the alchemy system. I did separate some of the graphs, to be fair. But we have like this is our input graph. We have our base event graph. We have the camera graph. Handle camera switching. The tick graph. And the smaller one is just the out graph. So hopefully that doesn't occur there. What is this? Uh-oh. What did I do here that I didn't comment? Oh, I think this is when I was making it work with the tutorial. I think I hot-wired some logic into here. Yeah, it's tutorial stuff. This goes everywhere. This is spaghetti. Jesus Christ. Spaghetti's beautiful, don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Some spaghetti is unavoidable. And I will defend it against as many programmers as I need to. This is a little awkward. You want to see? Okay, shaders are different. Material graphs are... Holy shit. Unreal has not given artists good tools to prevent spaghetti in material graphs. Even with like parameter collections and material functions, it is still very difficult to avoid spaghetti in materials. I mean, the weather, the sky and weather system are all blueprints, so I'm sure there's some spaghetti in here, right? There's gotta be, right? Yeah, like there's a bunch of math nodes in here, so there's definitely gonna be some spaghetti with math nodes. No matter how well you organize these, you're not gonna avoid some spaghetti. They just are trying to do something more complicated than loading textures, yeah. Especially master materials. Master materials can look so bad. Like, you know, bad, right? But like, what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do about this? You can't even use redirect nodes in material graphs. Unless they finally added that at some point. Okay, you can at least now. You didn't used to be able to do that. At least there's something, and then you can use electrical nodes maybe to help clean things up. I remember you didn't used to be able to use reroute nodes. You might like the electronic nodes plugin. I'm sure you know about this, but this can help look really good for material graphs. I don't know if it works in material. No, graphs actually. But you can use these to help get rid of like the default curve stuff. Yeah, it does work in Material now. Material, Animation, Niagara, Control Rig, and Gameplay Ability Editors. That's pretty good. It didn't used to work with Material graphs. Okay, what was I doing? Oh yeah, we gotta do the ores now. Still not sure how I want to accomplish this. Just embrace the spaghetti. I definitely have some projects with spaghetti. I don't know if I have any on this computer. And I mean, look, at the time that I was making it, I didn't know better. So, I don't know if that's really an excuse, but it is more of a... I just didn't know better. So, you know, now I know better. And now I make things look a bit cleaner. Usually. Some of the time. Except the 15. You understand what it does every time you go to edit it? The 15 minutes, yeah. Like, wait, what was that? I mean, okay, I certainly don't comment as much as I should. How do we want to do these? If I just had some really low poly rocks that I could apply the material to and shove it in there, it would be great. Do we... switch the mesh entirely? Do we put a couple of big ore chunks in there and you only harvest the big ones? And we leave some smaller ones? How do we want to handle that? What's the progression that we have? We could use any rocks too. We don't have to use these rocks, but they kind of fit with the other ones in here. What if I apply the... looks bad. I don't know enough about modeling though to create something decent. Unless I can like quickly fuck around and transform a flare, squish, twist. Yeah, it was made specifically for. Wait, can I want to create a. Hold on. Let me delete this. New sphere. If we take it down to like a few subdivisions. It's gonna look really chunky. Now I'm curious if we apply. Like, it's gonna have the same issue because it isn't to the same UV, which is fine. But if I can just get it to look... If players can look at it and think, oh, maybe this is how it's supposed to look, then I can trick them into not realizing that it absolutely should not look like this. It's just red now. Easy. It's the most stupid way to create a red texture is to just take another texture and tile it until you can't even tell it's being tiled anymore. Okay, we could do something like that. So take like the ore, duplicate these. Just gonna hack these in. Then that way, if we have this rock, right? Bless you. Thank you. Very nice of you. We can create a couple of like unique looking, you know, blocky shapes. And it's still gonna look weird, but at least we kind of have something that we can work with now. Create a pattern of meshes? Oh. Ooh. Oh, that's pretty nice. That's actually really nice if you want a circle of meshes. And you can do separate actors. That's pretty cool. He's found the modeling tools, yeah. This is my first time ever using them. I want to edit the pivot. There we go. We could do something like this with a couple of, you know, weirdly shaped ore pieces sticking out, and this way we can kind of recreate this even though it's not going to look as good. It's certainly not going to look as good, but it will look hopefully acceptable. Because for some reason, they made these rocks, they embedded them inside, and God forbid they just export those objects and include them in the pack too. And I know who made it. His name is Brian, because it said that in the source file. It said users, Brian, projects, whatever. I know who you are, Brian. Not a threat. It's actually just more like me begging, like, please export these separately. He'll see the video. He knows who he is. I mean, this shouldn't be like you know, I was flying through just to see what it looks like. Like, they're embedded in there. So they were made and then shoved into the rock. And the only thing they're missing, of course, is the bottom, right? So like all you would do is just select everything, unselect the main rock mesh, and export those individually. Yeah, it wouldn't be too tough. I mean, I could always just go onto the Epic store and just ask a question like, hey, would it be possible to upload a, you know, an update to the pack that separates those. It wouldn't even require any change to the level, you know, the demo level. Just be adding in some extra static meshes. Either way, I think this will work. You know, we'll do like one big ore chunk. And then some smaller ones. Just like we usually do. That's what I'm thinking. We'll make a couple of extra. But do you mean the U asset or the original OBJ? Or FBX? Because I don't have the originals, I only have the U assets. Because it's from a pack. Unless you can export them from... Nah, wouldn't be able to. That's sad. But I think that's just exporting the U asset to a file. Oh no, it does save it as an FBX. Well, that's useful. Okay, if you're willing to help out, that'd be really awesome. I would just want I would basically just want all of these removed from the rock and in their own files, and that would be it. If that's not too much work. That way I can make a version of my, you know, of a collectible or ingredient, and it'll look nice. Should be easy. Okay, send me a message on Steam, or on not Steam, on Discord, and then I'll send you like a zip file and everything. While you're doing that, I'm gonna. You do that, Lord. But I didn't lose access. Uh-oh. My internet down? Uh-oh. No, we're okay. Yeah, I think I think Discord just went down for me. Wait, there's no way, dude. Just looking at my phone. Hold on, I'll force it. There, it's back up.
Get in, loser. We're going shopping.
No, we're not, because you're a bot. Long live chaos. Okay, send me another message. Oh, did you put it in Dev General? No. Yeah, send me a DM. Now it's back up and working for some reason. You DM me? Did you? Oh, there it is. Okay. DM. Love it. Okay, let me figure this out. Crystal Cave meshes. I mean, I really hope this works and it doesn't just... I don't know. We'll see if this works. Okay, FBX export compatibility. What do I need to select here? Export source mesh. If enabled, export the highest LOD source data instead of the render data. Probably true. I mean, it's exporting the level of detail anyway, so... I guess we'll just try default settings. Okay. Meshes, rocks, FBX. Add to rocks.rar. That sounds pretty sus. Rocks.zip. Here are my rocks. There are the rocks. Some of these might be the same as well. I'm not sure. If they're the same object, then you could, you don't have to export them separately because I can just apply the same material or a different material to it. And I think they're using the same master, yeah. So yeah, same textures, just different color. I guess just like one version of each base rock type. Hopefully there aren't like, these aren't different ones on each. They shouldn't be. Cool rocks. And while you're working on that, I will start adding in the foliage and typing this message that I was typing before it kind of crashed on me. Party even. I'm trying to check for a party. You must know. These are higher poly than I was expecting, are they? They do have 8.4 thousand on this one. Triangles. It does seem like a bit much for what this is, doesn't it? They do have different LODs though. Down to 1,000 triangles. Let's see, new folder, gold ore. I mean, do we want to have to like ruby? I guess we'll call it ruby ore. Doesn't really make sense, but whatever. Emerald ore. And there was blue. What do we want to do for blue? Do we have any harvestable instances of the blue? Yeah, there is one. We could put some more too once we have the ingredient around here. We could just make it sapphire. Okay, let's prepare these then. Start with the gold. And I'll copy the yellow crystal. AF gold ore. We'll do like one big one and then a couple of smaller pieces around the rock. Rotate this rock a bit. That'll look good. We need to find some alternate music to play. I mean, I love Elder Scrolls music, don't get me wrong, but some more variety would be nice. We need to build our library of safe to stream with some rain sounds in the background. anything down here? I don't think this was totally clear. Yeah, we didn't want to put any obstacles in here. That should be fine. Just gold ore. We do have some ore on the outside here that we'll have to remember to replace with the harvestable ones. Might put some rocks up in these corners as well. I might do that. How is it looking, Luigi? Does it seem possible? LEDs are weird to work with. I wonder if the LEDs are working properly. Should be. Hard to tell. I can't really change FOV here. Yeah, I probably would want the FOVs just to be safe. I could enable nanite on them. I don't think there would be any problem with that. So if it's impossible to get like the LEDs working properly, I'll just enable nanite. Like, we're not working with something with a million triangles anyway, so we're not gonna have a problem. Yeah, I didn't consider the LODs. I didn't expect them to have 4 LODs though. That's pretty wild. Good though, it's optimized. The default? Ironically, this has fewer triangles than that the rock with ore. Now that's surprising. This rock's base LOD has 8.4 thousand triangles. The cart has 6,000. Unoptimized, it could be. It certainly doesn't feel like it should have that many. But some of these other rocks I think are worse. No, Actually, no, I think these ore rocks are pretty unoptimized. You might be right. Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. No, you're definitely right. They are pretty packed, aren't they? I mean, I could set them altars to be minimum LOD of 1 instead of 0. Which would be pretty easy to do. One of the small chunks is 360? Really? Just one of these? There's no way that needs to have that many. It doesn't even look like that many. My god. What the hell? Why is this so many? The fuck is this? Okay, yeah, that's a bit much. Yeah, I guess it is. I mean, it's not terrible. It's Unreal, right? So I can handle it, but I mean, I could just I might do a separate branch and enable nanite on everything that I think can have nanite enabled on, and we'll see if it improves. Cheap viewers on stream, boo. No. I'm gonna pass. Cheap viewers bug. Yeah, everything else is actually pretty well optimized, but you're right. Oh, the blue crystal's pretty... Yeah, that's quite a bit, isn't it? Yeah, these crystals are quite significant. $8,000 on this one. I definitely don't think this needs 8,000 triangles. But yeah, I'll do that. I'll just go through and enable nanite on as much as I can and see if it improves performance in a build. What's the way to visualize shading complexity? Some way to do it. Yeah, I know there's a way. UE5 visualize shader complexity. New modes. Oh yeah, it's in here. It's not in. Maybe I'm wrong. Hold on. There's a light complexity, shader complexity. View mode shader, Alt and A. Well, it's prepping shaders. Yeah, I know. I was gonna say that the water plane is quite not good. Landscape's gonna landscape. That just is what it is. That's an awful lot of red there, Chief. Oh, this tree is this tree is very good. I was inside the cave looking. I'll check. I don't know if there's any way that I can improve this plane. Hard to see. Pretty much not the greatest down here. Ironically, the ore rocks are better than the other rocks that I use for shader complexity. I mean, I think a little bit of red is understandable and okay. But if we look down here, I think it's the, I don't know what the PS and PS stands for. Just more lights affecting the surface. Oh wait, no, that's for lighting. Shader is ideal. There's only like 2 things in my entire project that are ideal in terms of shader complexity. Okay, so it only uses instruction count. But texture lookups are more expensive than a shader with 16 math instructions. Shaders which contain loops that are not unrolled will not be represented accurately by the instruction count. Small areas of white can be tolerated, but if the majority of your screen is covered in bright red or white, the performance will be poor. Yeah, about that. About that. Everything's red, yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Look, if we zoom in to this, now the majority of my screen is covered in green. So I don't see the issue. What did I do? I am using assets that were not made by an artist that knows how to optimize, apparently. However, it says that it may not be accurate. It says texture, like things like texture lookups are more expensive than math functions. So I'm curious. Your scene is green? Well, you've definitely optimized your shaders then. I mean, let's put it this way. I didn't do anything to the shaders. I am just using shaders. And I certainly didn't make these shaders. Yeah, see, so I think it's in this case, this is actually pretty optimized. Mainly because it's just doing a bunch of math, but the number of instructions that it's doing are high in number. Are the bigger chunks lower poly than the smaller ones? You can take it up with Brian. I mean, I don't think there's anything that isn't see-through as using translucent. Yeah, I mean, but they said that it isn't always accurate. So I was curious if we, oh god, what's the command to stat material, no, stat shaders? There's a different one to use. It says the math nodes will cause it to go red. It only counts instructions. It says that in the documentation. It says only instruction count is used to calculate shader complexity, which may not always be accurate. For example, a shader with 16 instructions, all texture lookups will be much slower on all platforms than a shader with 16 math instructions. I'm just reading what it says. It only counts number of instructions, not complexity of instructions. For whatever that's worth. Where's my hidden? I'm just stating what it says. That it only considers number. Not stat game. What is it? I'll just do FPS for now. That it does not consider the complexity of the shaders at all. Only the number. Oh, I think it's stat GPU, isn't it? There's something, it's not, well, this could be part of it. don't know if there's any master materials that are no, trees are green, trees are good. The biggest issue is this water, but I don't know if that can be avoided or not. Water and landscape. Not even proper water, it's just a material here. Yeah, it's not really hurting FPS at all. And I think that's simply because, again, it's counting number of instructions. And the number of texture lookups actually are pretty minimal. It's just a lot of math. So that does prove the documentation correct, I guess. I didn't think that was the case. Because it always concerned me to see that bright white, but I guess it is what it is. I think this is the Train Master, and that's using masked blend mode. It's simply because it's a shit ton of texture lookups. Gotta find out if it's grass or where was it? Optimization. That's right. It is. No, grass is. I mean, grass is red too. But we always knew that was going to be a problem. The landscape red. But again, it could be.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Derivative.
All right, so it's more
That-
ban evaders.
I absolutely love.
Was this the grass material? I think it was. Nope, it's using mask as well. They're both masked. I mean, obviously the widgets aren't going to be the greatest. I mean, these shouldn't be that complex either. Static mesh clips. Amp is cursed? Yeah, it probably is. I mean, it isn't pushing that deep into the red anyway. It isn't that bad. It isn't really that much higher. Could it be better? Yes. But this could also not be accurate because it is including math instructions. And if there are a lot of math instructions, which there might be, I don't know what is considered a math instruction within this if multiply and lerp are each considered. I don't think it's copium. I mean, this is just exactly what it says. Only instruction count is used to calculate shader complexity. Texture lookups are much slower than math instructions. I mean, you can take it up with the developers over at Epic, but this is what they say. So if each of these is a math instruction, then we do have quite a few. 3 more here, 3 more here, 1 here. So, and potentially even these masks are considered that. I don't know. I don't know. He's good. That's because it's nanite. That's because it's nanite. That's why it's good. I mean, that would be the mesh though, not the shader, so maybe that's kind of dumb. Or because it's literally just 3 texture samples. There's not even any math in here. Kind of curious though. Functionally, no different. Peace. I must consider math instructions something different. Maybe there's a definition of it. Imported material from somewhere? Is that true? An imported material? Yeah, but how would that be the case? Oh, it could be rendering too. I think we do have a slightly more expensive rendering mode. I think. You know, that could be the cause of it. I don't remember where we even Selected that. It's mobile shape. I think it's the virtual shadow maps. I think those do add a lot of complexity. And I know for sure that the grass and, yeah, for sure the grass required the virtual shadow maps. Otherwise they turn black. Landscape, though, I'm not sure. It could just be that it's considering it pretty expensive because of all the texture parameters here. It also might be based on the number of... Well, that wouldn't make sense either. I don't know. I'm thinking it might be more expensive when there's more landscape material types on a single landscape tile, which makes sense, right? It costs more to render that tile because it has more. The rocks, though, could be improved, and I bet if we just made those nanite, that would help with the number of polygons in the scene, which would, even if we had slightly more complex shaders, we could lower some of the load on the GPU there. It could be August, the addition of the ultra dynamic weather. That is very possible. Because I bet that this is not a cheap node. It does not look like a cheap node. I'll tell you that. I can test that. Which is weird. Would that imply that it would need to... Well, let's see first. Yes, it is. It's ultra dynamic weather. It's anything that can receive rain and snow. Problem solved. Yeah. Mystery solved. Now, I'm wondering though, does that mean that that is more complex at all times, or it's only complex when... Probably mostly during transition. Which I've seen some drops in FPS, obviously when it transitions, that makes sense, of course, because it's blending materials. But once the materials are fully blended, the performance goes back to normal. So if I had to guess, this is not the most accurate in terms of judging scene complexity, because it's including every single instruction even when those instructions aren't being called. Well, I know for sure, so I know that performance is pretty much the same between clear weather and when there's like full snow on the ground, let's say. But the transition when it's building up this snow, there is of course that dip that I think we could all expect. Just the empty weather where I can try with. Do you know what's the command though to see better stats on this? Because I don't think stat GPU is going to tell me as much as something specifically for the materials, and I don't remember the command for that. We'll keep FPS. Profile GPU. I don't know. I also don't know if virtual shadow maps increase the scene complexity or not. I don't. A lot in shadows, which makes sense. I do have a lot of scene complexity, so there is definitely a lot of shadows. Oh, I have no idea. I do have a lot of lights. What am I looking at specifically? Would it be render virtual shadow maps? Most of it's shadows, which is understandable. If we turn off shadows, things are pretty great. They're not really, are they? Actually, it's not too bad. Shadows don't do well. Actually, the grass may not cast shadows. We get about 30 with foliage and shadows on epic. Shadows and foliage turned off, we actually see we see about the same FPS. It'll be Lumen. I do run Lumen at a very high quality level in the scene to help reduce flickering. Hold on, give it a sec. Getting there. 80 left. How does that actually provide me worse FPS? Oh no, it's still doing some shader stuff in the background. There we go. Which is about the same. GI. I mean, I don't think it's noticeable just because I think the game is really CPU bound because my computer sucks. My CPU is really bad. My GPU is like, yeah, I can handle it. Low, high, whatever. Set it to whatever you need. But then it just breaks down at a CPU level. FPS is really negligibly different. Well, this is on Epic. This is everything Epic with TSR. Which, in editor, that's about understandable. With an i7 6700K, so like a 10-year-old CPU. It's not great. That's about to be expected. Hold on. Somebody's fucking drilling like a retard. This is just 1080p. But it's to be expected. The game is not GPU bound. It is, or my computer, running this is not GPU issue. It's a CPU issue. It would help if I didn't have Acid Forge open at the same time as well. I have a lot of shit eating into my CPU. Yeah, it's a really old CPU. Like when I open this at home, it runs like a dream. Even in editor, it runs like a dream. But my CPU is not great. Why do I say max shader? Wait, max shader complexity count equals 2000. Okay, just increase the number. I don't know. Look at it. If I can't, if it's CPU bound, I guess I can stat GPU and just unhook the... Like, we're at 16.3, right? Now, I imagine that there is some overhead with the weather system, so I think that removing it's going to provide a little bit of an FPS boost. I don't think it's going to be significant. Hold on, let me just get a screenshot so I don't fuck this up later. Or I'll just revert it, whatever, I'll just revert it. Because this way we can see if the instruction count is high because it's hooking up to this node, but it's not affecting gameplay unless the weather effects are active. Which is what my assumption is, but we'll see. Base color. Normal. Well, this shouldn't be going anywhere anymore. We'll save that. Now we should notice grass and landscape get significantly greener, which is good. But will it actually result in a big change from default running while project is open? When did the 6700K come out? Do. And end of servicing updates. 2015, yeah, it's almost 10 years old. RIP. And I would change it, except it's expensive. I have to change the motherboard, and I'd probably upgrade the RAM. And I really don't want to have to do that. Not until it's necessary. It's a bit better. Yeah, it's very minimally in the red. Very minimal. Hitters are still being prepared too. Those stupid clouds are expensive for some reason. Discord? Yeah, I saw the things. Okay, they were smaller. Put them in. The LGs are importing properly. Potentially dangerous download. Oh, I just closed my rain. Too quiet. I mean, it's a little bit better from what it says. In terms of actual changes to GPU usage, it's about the same. About the same. In fact, it's really negligible. Yeah, it was about 16.45 before, and that's about what it is now. So the weather effects aren't bad. It's the fact that they're included within that. And when the transition happens, I mean, it's not even an optimization because I have to do it anyway. Where's that? Why is this one? Really? A flowering bush? Why is that one flower like really red? Granted, I will say, like, all of these things do have that wind connected to them. I don't even know. I don't even know. It could be the wind. Like, I don't actually know at this point. You have the wind and you have the weather. But I can definitely say that the transition between GPU position. All I can say is that GPU usage with weather effects off the grass and terrain, even though they make them less red, they have no impact on performance when weather effects aren't transitioning. So I think it's just the sheer number of nodes connected to that weather, that one weather node, is probably just making the scene look worse, even though it's only really relevant when certain weather patterns are involved, and not even all of them. Let's revert this and hope it doesn't crash. And then I can work on those pieces of ore. I mean, either way, optimization, it really just isn't necessary at this point anyway. Because none of the materials you see here are going to be used in the final game, so. Whatever. I just don't need FPS. I mean, they definitely don't need 60 FPS in this kind of game. If this were a, like some kind of shooter, I would not be happy if I had a build that wasn't running at 60 FPS. Okay, let's work on these ore pieces, ore chunks. Or Chungus. I could hope to, you know, just offload some of the GPU work onto nanite, because there are a lot of static meshes in this scene that don't have nanite enabled, that probably could have nanite enabled. And that would at least allow the GPU to focus on shader stuff and not have to worry about rendering as many triangles on scene or whatever. Where is the mesh? Luigi, where is it? They're small? What the fuck is it? I don't even see it. Wait, what? I promise I didn't change the scale? What the fuck? I have to scale this up to like 50 just to see it. It's fucking hilarious. What is this? This is at 100 scale. This is 100 times. Oh my god. No, this looks good though. What the fuck? Can I improve that or something? Can I like adjust the default scale? There's gotta be a way, right? It could be different measurements, maybe. Well, you know what? It might be. It might be because Unreal uses it does use centimeters. Like one Unreal unit is 1 centimeter, I believe. Right? And maybe these were modeled with like millimeters or something. I don't fucking know. I don't know. I think I can fix that though. I think if I go into the modeling mode, maybe there's a way to bake rotation and scale into the selected meshes. So yeah, okay, so I can do this. No, not even. It's now, look, it's at scale 1. All I needed was to discover the modeling tools, and now I'm a fan. To be fair, a lot of people told me, hey, if you discovered these modeling tools, you're gonna love them. They were not wrong. No, thank you so much for this, dude. This is awesome. I really appreciate the help. You've heard the opposite. Okay. No, it's good. It's good that our chat is full of people who disagree about everything. It's good. I don't know if the LODs are working properly. Even if they aren't, I could just enable nanite and say fuck it, right? Yeah, there's no LODs in them. But if I enable nanite, it shouldn't matter, right? How can we visualize that? Nanite visualization triangle. Well, just this one. Okay, we can see it. Okay, so what I'll do is nanite enabled. Yes, this is the tree with beautiful shader complexity and 500,000 triangles. don't see the triangles changing though. Does it still require that they have LODs set up? Enable nanite support. How can I see how many? Because okay, look, there's no way right now that this is 1,000 triangles. I mean, I can't count very high, but I don't think that adds up to 1,000. So something must be working with it. It should be about 260. No, I don't think okay, so I thought nanite worked without LODs. Admittedly, I don't know like anything about nanite. So, you know, take that with a grain of salt. But it doesn't show the triangles changing when I get further away. Ignores existing LODs on runtime. So how come, you know, we have like this tree, right? And we can see nanite doing what it needs to do. No problem. But these all have nanite enabled and no change. As far as I can see. Based on screen space? Yeah, but shouldn't that be changing? Shouldn't we see some of these triangles changing when we get further away? I know it's hard, I know it's really hard to see because they're so small. Actually, you know, I can just boost one of these up. No change. And nanite is definitely enabled. That's weird. Only changes it when it needs to. How can we force it? I mean, it didn't like error when I enabled nanite, so I don't see any reason not to believe it, but it could just be that the number of triangles in the base version of it are so small, it's like, I don't need to do anything. It really could just be that the engine doesn't see any need to change it because there just aren't enough triangles to really give a shit about. I don't know. It isn't changing. I can say that. Shit, I lost it. You know what? It's in here somewhere. It's around here somewhere. Press F. Okay, there we go. I'm just gonna spend the next hour flying around trying to find it. Thank you for that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you know what? Look, I'm gonna add like a nanite pass to the project before I do the final build for publishers, because there's so many things that I could enable nanite on that I just haven't, because I want to do it in one kind of fell swoop. So we'll worry about it later. For now, these look really great. I really do appreciate it. And even if nanite wasn't working with them, there aren't enough triangles for me to really give a shit about. It's not like these are 10,000 triangles. These are 400, 500, 600. Can you test what they look like? Yeah, I can. There's green. There's red. There's yellow. They're the same base, they just do a different color on that. So, it should work. Yeah, same UVs, which is nice. I'm really curious if we take like these cliffs, which we use a lot of, and we enable nanite on these. Because now there should be a ton of nanite usage in the scene. Especially in the underground areas. Yeah, see, it's not doing it on these either. I just don't think there are enough triangles for it to even care. Okay, sometimes it does. Yeah, when you're like really far away. Oh, when they're big on screen. Okay, so yeah, it's just that there aren't enough triangles in these meshes to usually need it. But when you're further away, then it's like, yeah, we can combine a few of these. I don't think it's gonna really help to have them enabled then on these meshes, but it's not gonna hurt either. And if anything, it'll help performance a little bit when you're at far distance, probably, right? Okay, you prepare your mesh cards game. Go ahead and do that. I'm gonna get these actors in. Just like not having to make LODs for everything. That's true, yeah. I mean, is there any benefit if you have a nanite mesh, let's say nanite mesh, 500,000 triangles, is there any benefit to having LODs at that point? Or does nanite essentially negate the need for it in every case? There's not even any point to have it. If you know that the mesh is going to be nanite, don't even do it. You know what I mean now that you don't need LODs. That's pretty cool. That must be very... I mean, I think generating LODs is, from what I've heard, not too complex in the first place, but not having to do it certainly saves time, so... No complaints there from artists, right? What's that word? The scaling. I just want to make it a big chungus. I'll use this one. Yeah. Okay, so we'll do like big chungus, gold ore, like so, roughly. And then we'll do smaller ones. Or chunk 2. Zero 0.3, 0.4. That's pretty good size. Yep. Thank you. That. I have to resist the temptation to make these emits a little light. I can't have everything in my game emitting light. It would be terrible for performance and for the visual aspect. I do kind of wish that the textures were like closed. I could just kind of shove these in the rock. I respect the desire to make everything close. Yeah, it's just something kind of tempting. Is there a way to do it with like the modeling tools? Yeah, but the UVs wouldn't line up anyway, so it would look really terrible. Apparently you can unwrap in auto UV, automatically unwrap and pack UVs. You can edit the UV. Dude, Unreal is wild. Just wild. Okay, that should be good for the gold mesh there. Gold ore 2. Let's change it to a different chunk. 7, 8. It's got this weird hole. What the hell? You notice this? Maybe it's never used. Well, it had to be if it was within the chunks. This one's got a hole too. Weird. Yeah, no, I don't think he did touch him. Maybe they just, I don't know. It wouldn't be the only thing wrong with those meshes, would it? Are we just so unnoticeable when the rocks are so small? UVs are weird too. You'd think I would have seen like one with a hole in it, right? I don't know, that's weird. Whatever. Who cares? Publisher's like, oh, there's a hole in your ore mesh. Like, okay. Thanks. Good to know. I will file this to the appropriate prototype team. I'll let the artist of the asset pack know. Oh, I should change the rock, to be honest. You think that they use like some auto tool to handle the UVs? I don't know if they're any better now, but last time I modeled with 3ds Max, the auto tools were terrible. They might work okay on primitives, but they were fucking absurd. No idea. wish I could put more sub meshes on here, but these are all set to movable. I guess we do need some of this to be like the main mesh, of course, because we don't want the shadow from it to be baked. Yeah, is what it is. Gold ore 2. What do we want players to be able to do with gold ore? We want players to be able to cook gold ore. Probably just like grinding it. Distilling it maybe. Turn it into cheese. I wouldn't mind. Okay, let's say this game comes out, people like the premise, people like the world, the characters. I really wouldn't mind finding some spin-offs to do in the same universe with similar premise. So maybe you run a blacksmith in a city, you know, and that could, I think that could provide some really cool like ambient stuff that goes on within the city. You know, maybe you're in a tavern, you're preparing food and drink for clients as they come in. This way you can kind of you can see the universe from different perspectives, but run into maybe some of the same characters. They would essentially be sequels. Well, they're spin-offs. They're spin-offs, similar idea, same world, different systems. The whole Chronicles series. Cauldron Chronicles, Anvil Chronicles, Tavern Chronicles. Librarian Chronicles, you have to find the right library. Okay, that's not a good idea. That one goes a bit too far. And I hate to say it, I really hate to say it, but as absurd as this idea sounds, if I include that in my pitch to publishers, it actually could help. Because I'm not just selling the game, I'm also selling a world and its characters, especially because they are the forefront, right? You know, it's like if you create a new superhero movie, or just like a new superhero in the Marvel Universe, you're not just pitching the universe, you're pitching the character as well. Or any universe, right? So when you make a game like Infamous, right, with Cole McGrath, very well-known PlayStation kind of icon. You pitch Infamous, you're like, okay, people are gonna love this game, this world maybe, but the main character, Cole McGrath, is now going to be an icon. Same with like, you know, Nathan Drake with the new Uncharted game, or Master Chief with Halo. I think characters and worlds can be used in the marketing and the interest that players have within a game. Stellar Blade. Let's be honest, does anybody know the name of the world that that game takes place in? Do you know what the character looks like in that game? So... yeah, I don't think that there's actually much... But let's put it this way, I think that there is some use to pitching Cauldron Chronicles and saying that this world and this game idea are ripe for spin-offs if the market seems like they want them. I know the character's name, not the world's. Exactly. Exactly. Are there any games where people know the world but not the characters? What the fuck happened here? That's weird. Games where people know the world, not the character. Know the world, not the character. I feel like if you know the world, you probably know at least the main character. I don't know, for me that's a really tough question to answer. Are there any games where I don't know the characters, I don't remember them at all, but the main world? I don't know. I gotta fix the interactable. Can't think of one. Name some worlds from games that you really like. Like, don't name the game, but name the world. Hamrail? Okay, yeah. A good one. Hollow Nest. What is Hollow Nest from? Is it from Hollow Knight? Lands Between. Lands Between's a good one. Yeah, and it's like even with Elden Ring, which isn't a character-centric game, I at least know Melania, Melina. It's been a while since I played last. You have Godric, Elden Beast, Dung Eater. God, what's his name? Gideon Ofnir. I think maybe with Elden Ring, it's just the few characters there are so unique and often do play an important role in at least one of them plays an important role in like the build that you're trying to make. So yeah, From Software is just really good at making memorable characters in their games. Night City. What requires a world to be to become well known by the player? Does it look unique? Does it just have is the game around it so fun. I think it has to just feel like a living, breathing entity. It has to be something that just strikes your memory, right? Or maybe has a memorable name. I don't know. It's a really interesting topic. They're pretty small. That's okay, we can boost them up a bit. Let's do it this way. Okay, we only have one gold ore that the player can really, or those two, but it was one that we split up into two, so it'd be nice if we could add a couple more pieces of ore around here, maybe. One around here, gold ore. Like I only really want like 4 or 5 to be collectible. This one there. I'll adjust them in a second too. I think players, I imagine that some percentage of players probably feel really, like if it feels like a red flag to them if a developer is already talking about their future games before they've even made like one, or before they finished their first one or one of their main ones. But I think a lot of it is just necessity, that you need to be thinking that many years ahead. Because there's a lot of preparation and pre-production that you need to do. Well, let's put it this way. If we know that after Cauldron Chronicles, we're going to be making a game in the same universe, in the same engine, we know that there are certain tools or documentation, especially with like the world and the narrative, that we need to have ready in order to even start pre-production. So maybe it's one of those things that it's difficult to talk about, but once you explain it to players, I think that they would probably get it, they'd understand. I want to copy this beam. Okay, that looks good. Gold ore is looking fine. That means we have 5 instances of gold ore. That's pretty good. Copy all these then. Emerald. Would there be, okay, so Tamriel's a great one, right? I think the vast majority of people who play games probably have played at least one Elder Scrolls universe game. Which is Tamriel, right? Are there any other types of games that people would really want to see set in Tamriel apart from an open world RPG? I guess they've tried sometimes, right? Like you had Arena, you had the mobile game, which is like Blades, right? And I think Tamriel, just the being attached to the IP was probably the biggest selling point of that, rather than the gameplay. Which, when I word it like that, when I specifically say that it's a selling point, it does make me change my view a bit of the marketing behind popular IPs. Essentially, when you say, oh, we're going to make this sequel game, we're looking for funding, one of the selling points is the fact that it is an established universe. Of course it is. I'm gonna be a bit lazy for now and I'm gonna keep the meshes the same because they're kind of annoying to work with, and I'm just gonna change the color. Fuck it. That's what I say. Oopsies. Okay, emerald ore. We have this one here. Okay, crash the engine. Good, good, good. That's my favorite thing to do. Bitch. What do I want to restore? Wait, why is it opening? Oh, I know why it's opening. I always forget, I press send and restart. Of course it restarts the engine. Of course it does. So why do I start a second version of the engine up? Now I don't know which one is the updated one. Assume it's this one. Why? Why does that do that? I can tell you guys too, I tweeted about it, but I'll tell you on stream. The build that we're preparing for publishers will be the same build that I'm also going to prepare for you guys to play if you want. So if you want to check it out, you'll have the exact same thing that we're using to pitch. Okay, can I delete this rock without the game exploding? Please. Thank you. Bad. Imagine not wanting the game to explode. True. Okay, there's some emerald. This is the redstone. Oh yeah, we have the gold and the blue up here. Make sure to deal with that. Place one like here, this corner, somewhere. It does not like placing these on other surfaces sometimes. The dithering on these rocks is so bad. Can I turn that off? Is there a way to turn off the dithering? I don't know what's causing it. I mean, if I'm even using the right word for it. Dithering, right? Dithering. Yeah, I think that's it. UE5, turn off dithering. But it's not anti-aliasing. Not MSAA issues. Because it's just on these. It does not occur on the other rocks that we use from other packs. So it's something that's part of this material or the master. Comment, great comment, bro. Thank you. Detail material, another comment. Who's ORM? What the fuck ORM is? Slope noise texture? It was pixel depth offset. What? That sound dumb. What is pixel depth offset? Pixel depth. I've heard it for years and years, and I don't really understand it. You can push pixel. Okay. Softer clipping and procedural detail. Object blending with dither fade. What does that allow on a rock? Oh, maybe it's to help like two rocks blend together when they're... Hold on. So if I have this, this looks so bad. Maybe it just like helps it blend together better. I mean, it feels like it makes it look worse in this case. It's obviously used with the shadows, right, to help with performance. I just don't imagine that these cliffs really need help in that regard. Maybe I can adjust something, PDO 5. What if I boost it up? Okay, so that makes it look worse. Why would I want that then? That's a random setting. It just doesn't look good. I don't know why I would want it if it actively looks bad when you're close up to the material. You know, you can see it like here, right? On this rock. I don't even know which one it is. I think this entire pack uses it though. And, you know, maybe it really does help with like performance and stuff, but it also looks like ass. Right, like it looks so much better without that. I think the trees also, yeah, the trees have, like all the foliage has it too, but it's not, it doesn't feel as bad. I mean, it could very well be something that's only super noticeable with I don't know. I'm not really receiving worse performance after turning that off. I mean, the leaves look great when you turn on TSR, or anti-aliasing. Yeah, these rocks look so much better. I don't know. Well, we'll keep an eye out if there's anything else that has noticeably horrendous dithering, because now it looks much better. sidetracked there. I don't even know what I was doing. I was placing emerald ore. I was placing emerald ore and I noticed the rock looking like ass because they were looking like ass. Fix the dithering, which was pixel depth offset issue. And now we can get back. Place one there. Maybe here somewhere. Let's see. I'm really curious now. I'm just gonna Google benefits of pixel depth offset. It's like softer clipping. I mean, but that's a really, really busy texture. I mean, is it helping it give depth, like similar to a normal map? I don't fucking know. I don't really know. Someone can school me on pixel depth offset. I don't really understand these things. Using parallax. Yeah, it's like, I don't really know what the pixel depth offset is for. Maybe there's some Unreal documentation on it. All I see is like alternatives to pixel depth offset for blending meshes. recommended replacement for pixel depth offset. I mean, these are gonna be people saying it like it looks bad, right? Oh, nanite stuff. In UE5, nanite objects just turn gray when I apply this shader, and regular objects create intense noise as seen in the attached GIF. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what we were seeing, was this kind of shit. Virtual height field mesh. Probably, but haven't tried making it work for static meshes. Supposed to help blend object. Okay, I kind of get it. So if you put a... If you have like grass on your landscape layer, and you put the rock in it, it's going to like, you have your rock and your landscape, it's going to blend the grass up a little bit onto the rock edge, so that you don't get... I know Skyrim's a really good example of it. The seams in the landscape, right? Where it's exactly, this is fixed, right? So this is what it does. This is like what pixel depth offset kind of does. Is this, as opposed to default. It's really noticeable around big rocks and shit. You can kind of see it here, right? So here, the pixel depth offset would make it climb up a little bit to help blend those layers together. This is not the craziest good example, but I think that's what it does. Now, I didn't even see it working on these meshes in the first place. So, whatever. Okay, Emerald's done. I know we're getting really distracted today, but I'm learning a lot. That's the good thing. And it could have just been that those are kind of have an issue with nanite and some of the other rendering that we're doing. Okay, we need the ruby and sapphire. Let's be efficient about this. Ruby ore. Ruby ore 1. The final thing we'll have to do is strings and have the ingredients in the data table. I don't think I'll hook up. We'll just like save up actually putting in some data in the data table for like Monday. And for today, it'll just be good if we can get some, just get the rows in the data table, and then we can fill it up on Monday. Ruby. delete these custom ones. Okay. Okay, now we had one ruby here. We'll put one there. This was blue. Sapphire. I did like this being the red corner, so maybe I'll put a ruby back here for the lulz. Oh, kids don't say that anymore, so we can't say that. What do they say? Yacht, Riz. What else do kids say these days? I think Riz is pretty good. Riz is gonna live for a while longer. I don't think Yacht's gonna live for too much longer. That one doesn't have as much, it doesn't have as strong a pull. Honestly, I'm just gonna leave those two there. Those are fine. That's pretty okay. That's pretty good. Okay, and the last one will be the sapphire. Copy that. Now don't worry, I'm just using unlit mode right now. Game does not look this bad. What kind of game are you building? Hey, Open Mike. I'm building an open world alchemy game where the potions you make affects the fate of the NPCs that come in, commission potions from you. Set in a stylized fantasy world, this is just a prototype currently and a prototype map. A pretty big scope in mind for the game. And we're looking to pitch this to a publisher and build a team up and work on it for the next few years. But I like showing off early stages of development. I think it's a lot of fun. And I can build it with you guys in chat. Sapphire. Alright, let's get this painted in. Here it is. I think we had 2 instances of sapphire ore somewhere. We had one here. Place that. One up here. Outside. You fly through the trees. We will replace that one. And let's place 3 or 4 more of them around somewhere. One around there somewhere. I'll move these in a second. It's acceptable. That looks good. I don't really want it to be attached to this rock specifically, but well, let's see what we can do. Maybe I won't take it too. After all, it is just a prototype map. I don't want that inside those boxes. Put it like that. Okay. Oh, it's pretty nice. Okay, so final thing I want to do is gold ore, copy these for other ores. Emerald. Ruby. Once we come back from pitching this next month, I'd like to work pretty heavily on some of the progression. Progression and corruption systems would be like two new aspects that I wanted to push into the game. Especially with like gold and merchants. Maybe refactor the NPC system to work with, you know, actually build the first iteration of a, even if it's just randomized between, I don't know, 5 things right now and we use the same NPC, just to kind of give it some build, what's the word I'm looking for? Some flexibility with building it further. And that way we can tie in like a merchant, we can have different NPC types. We can start to add in some other ones if we get some other skeletal meshes. That'd be good. Okay, we at least need an icon. Gonna head out? Yeah, thank you so much, Luigi, and have a really nice rest of your weekend. Hopefully the weather's good for where you're at. But yeah, thank you so much for helping me with those rocks. They look really nice. And hopefully I'll see you Monday. Damn it. Son of a bitch. Okay, those look good. You don't need to worry about that. Effects, flavor. You could at least set this to cave for right now. Let's get some icons. Gold ore icon. It's like Forge of Empire. I just need something placeholder. Yeah, that works. Even with the watermark, doesn't matter. Web P, really? P, gold, ore. Ruby. I doubt there's gonna be like ruby ore. Minecraft. That's not bad. Tears of the Kingdom. Ruby ore. Should I just use Minecraft? Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna use Minecraft. Primarily because I think it's really fucking funny. World ore Seth. Perfect. Now we have to convert all these MPs. WebP to PNG. Can I batch convert? Here we go. Download, download, download. You know, it says like we've already converted 1.9 billion files with a total size of 15,266 terabytes, right? Is this number, do you think, really accurate? Like they just did another like 400 files within, I don't know, last 10, 15 seconds. There's no way, right? Control X. Paste. And then we'll bring all these into the editor here. The Minecraft Emerald ore. The gold ore. The emerald ore. Ruby ore. F. Ore. They're BSing at best estimating as the number cycle up and stop intermittently without any network traffic involved. Oh, did you shut off its traffic, or did you see the script running behind the scenes? Just local JavaScript. That's what I figured. I mean, I'm sure they have some information somewhere, right? Like, it wouldn't be hard to just increment a number up when it, you know, does a file, right? Same with size, right? You would just keep adding the size of things that were converted. Maybe it grabs the number initially and then it uses the script to just kind of keep going. Know what their daily average is without having to actually flood. Yeah. That's a good point. Looks fancy. It does look fancy. My favorite ones are the ones where you go on the website and also, hey Twitch Talk, how you doing? Where you go on the website and they're like, oh, limited time deal, and it's exactly 24 hours from when you clicked on that page to open it. Wow, really? What a coincidence. Let me just delete my cookies real quick and try opening up your page again. Unless they do it through IP monitoring, right? Which sometimes they do. But if the cookie ones are really funny, because you can just delete your cookies, come back and get the deal again. Wow, I get 50% off of your product that was 50% overpriced in the first place? Wow, thank you so much. I guess it was 50% off, it would be 100% overpriced in the first place, right? Polar, Emerald, Ruby, Sapphire. Set this to a nice gold color. .56 0.46 0. Okay, emerald ore. Emerald's that nice bright green. 0.68. Ruby. .76, 0.02, it'll be really nice when we don't have to rely on these colors. We can actually just have like really good looking ingredients that you can throw up on the table and manipulate, and, you know, they'll have physics enabled and everything. I look forward to that day. Give me a lot of 3D work for this game. Okay, here we go. We got colors. Last thing would be the strings, and then it should all be good. Strings, and then put the new ingredients into the collectible ingredient book. And that should suffice until Monday when we get the rest of the data in, like the effects and the flavor. Gold or gold ore with emerald ore. In selection, like all. Ruby. Should be good. Import. Let's go check it out. Now if we debug them into the game, they should appear on the shelf. They just won't really do anything right now. Yeah, they're there. Oh, that's interesting. There's a small bug. So we can process gold ore into other things, but it isn't... Hold on. Yeah, weird. It doesn't show the... Okay, hold on. I'll look at that in a second. One thing at a time. Are they working? Can I grab them? That's what I want to know. I wonder why that would be the case. Oh yeah, it's good. Okay, hold on. We didn't update the collectible ingredients. This is easy. This one is emerald ore. Gold. Ruby. Sapphire. Yeah, it should just show this. It'll show the string, but it won't show anything else because it doesn't know anything else. Sapphire ore, ruby ore. Okay, looks good. Corner of red. There's a little bit of wonkiness here with the rocks collision. Can still get it though. That one looks a bit weird. Fine though. Okay. Let's say gold. Oh yeah, because I typed Emerald Orel. Oopsies. Problem fixed. Okay, now what was the issue here with the alchemy? Because we can grind up the gold ore. Why does it not say that we can? The widget knows we can. That part is working. When we do it, it doesn't process it properly. We can't have that. Dragons are okay. It's like it's refusing the processing port. Let's check a regular ingredient. Yeah. Yeah, for some reason, if there isn't any information present, probably about the flavor or effects, it just spits it out, which it probably shouldn't be doing. Because we can still grind it and distill it. Let's see if we can figure out what's happening. Blueprints. processing box. I don't know which one it is. Let me see if it's this one. Yes. But one ingredient is picked up as well, and I think that's within the alchemy table. We need to... turn on viable processing boxes. This should be working. Let's break it. Okay, ingredient gold ore G. Gonna split that. Append N. Oh, it knows it's ground. Okay, hold on. Hold the phone. That's weird. Why doesn't it say that it is? Okay, this one's tainted. Let's try a fresh one. Yeah, it says normal, normal, normal. Wait, did they all say this? Oh wait, I know why. I know why. I made a mistake. I didn't update these at all. Normal, round, build. That's it. It was still weird. I almost want to do a quick check. It could be nice to have some debug info. Like a little warning. I mean, I'm glad it didn't crash, but I also didn't know there was an error. I didn't know what the issue was, right? Let's put it that way. But at least it didn't crash. Now it should be fine. Yeah. Okay, we're good. That fucking emerald ore. I almost want to use gold ore too from Minecraft 2 now. Or from like RuneScape. Pretty happy with that. Okay, I mean, it's kind of 4 p.m. I don't know if there's anything else I want to tackle today, especially before the weekend. Any small bug? Anything that I said I would fix, and then I forgot about having to fix? I don't think so. think we got everything in the cave addressed. We have working ingredients for everything in here, which I'm really happy about because we didn't have that for the longest time. Yeah, looks good. Okay, then let's push all our changes to the... let's push these. Pending changes. Was there anything that I changed here that I want to revert? There are a lot of changes. No, I think we're okay. Okay, what did we do? We added all ingredients in mine shaft placed and added. Still need data on some of them. Turned off pixel depth offset for some of the rock assets because it looked like ass. True. Why did we check out alchemy? We don't need to do that. Fixed up some missing audio logic on abandoned mine shaft. I need to like write a list over the weekend of what we still need to do. We need to do a audio mixing pass just to make sure all the audio is at the intended default levels that we want it to be. We'll have to do at least one pass through the entire tutorial. I have a friend who does QA who might be willing to help me out with this if he's not busy. He'll definitely break the game because we don't have much time left. I still need to record gameplay too and put together a video showing off the whole loop and then a few smaller videos showing off different mechanics. Because we have Monday, Tuesday we're doing Kickstarter reviews. I'm going to be off Wednesday to Friday because Wednesday and Friday are holidays. And I'm going to just kind of conserve my energy for the next couple of weeks, which are going to be pretty hardcore. God, I have so much I have to do. I have to get stuff printed out, business cards, all the pitch decks, set up meetings. Busy. And find a list of publishers that I want to send the game to who I won't be able to meet in person. Update the website. Let's not talk about what I have to do. Let's just procrastinate until the last moment. Oh yeah, we added object with tooltip class for showing tooltip pop-ups with any static. So going strong, yeah. I'm about to finish up. I'm 5 minutes away from finishing up. Novus, no! Thank you for the raid, but I'm just about to finish up. But I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the raid, man, and welcome, guys. Welcome to the stream. You're gonna hate me, but I'm just about to finish my stream. They gotta continue for at least another hour. Okay, maybe there's something I can react to. Maybe there's a Tim Kaine video we can just chill out with. He's gotta have something, right? Something I want to talk about. What do we have?
Mr. President, wake up.
Sorry, not sorry. Thank you so much, man. And welcome, guys. We have air handling. Oh, I really want to watch the crunch videos, but I would turn a 15-minute crunch video into a 45-minute response. Who's YouTube guy? So Tim Kaine worked on Fallout 1 and 2, which is what he's mostly known for. He has some very, very excellent takes on like gaming and game dev in the industry. Offer coffee, enjoy the stream or next raid. Yeah, thank you so much, man. Hopefully, if you're available Monday, I'd love to catch up and like talk to you about what you were streaming, what you're doing. There's gotta be something. Designing mechanics first. Okay. This one could be good. Let's do it. We'll keep this in the YouTube VOD because I really enjoy it.
Hi everyone.
Hi Tim.
It's me, Tim. Today I want to talk about the idea of designing mechanics first for your game before doing anything else. This is actually in response to a question from This Is Fine, who asks,
This is fine.
You've mentioned time and again that it goes setting, then story, and finally system mechanics. But what about the approach that some directors use, like Miyazaki or Ueda, to design mechanics, movement, levels, etc. first, and then develop a fitting story based on 1, the lore established in the background, and 2, the things that organically emerge while developing the game itself?
Okay, so if I had to, because I like to put like my hypothesis forward first and what I think is good, and then Tim can tell me why I'm stupid and wrong. I think it depends on game, right? There are some games that are really story driven that I think it's really helpful to build up the story first, build up the environment, and then fill it with interesting things. The same way that there are like two types of writers, right? You have the writers who, I think this is what George Martin has talked about, right? Where you have the gardener and the architect. So an architect writer designs everything first. They want to fill out the world with interesting lore and all the setting, the characters before they even start writing like the first chapter. Or you have the gardener. And the architect would also set up all the character arcs, the whole story before even writing chapter 1. The gardener, on the other hand, starts by just writing what comes to mind and letting the characters evolve as they're writing. So I think that there are two kind of approaches you can take with games, right? Where you can go setting story characters first, build up that interesting world in the same way the architect might, as opposed to the gardener in some ways who is building an interesting mechanic. Like let's say God of War, right? The new one. You have the axe. I forget the name of it, but it's an interesting mechanic. You can throw the axe, you can recall it back to you, and this opens up gameplay opportunities. So you might take a game that you're making and build out some interesting mechanic first, and find interesting ways to incorporate that into the gameplay, and then you build up a story around it. Why does this exist? What is the player doing in this world? Maybe it's a system that helps you with platforming, so you make a game that's based on platforming, right? That would be my I think that maybe this isn't there's no right or wrong way to do it. It just depends on the type of game that you're making. That would be what I would say.
First off, let me say, this obviously worked for them. They made great games,
Yes.
so that's great. I'll also say, there isn't one magic bullet to making a great game. And anybody who tries to tell you there is probably trying to sell you something.
that's such a good point.
What I'm telling you here is what I did and discovered worked for me, and therefore is what I recommend. I don't want to make up a theory about the best way to make a game and recommend it if I've never done it myself.
Well, there's that. I mean, he's absolutely right. Like, if you're directing a game, if you're in charge of it, if you're the lead, designer on the game, you do need to find an approach that works for you and for the production of the game as a whole. But I also think that it just evolves over time, and it depends maybe on the tools that you're using, again, on the genre of the game. Is it a story-driven game? Does this really need to be thought out? Is it an existing IP? Like, for sure, Baldur's Gate 3, right? They probably understood that, look, we're working in established universe, a very established, lore-heavy universe, the Forgotten Realms. We have prior games in this series and characters in this series that we need to build, so we do need to know our endpoint. We need to know where we're going and what we're going to be incorporating, and then just merge it with what we're good with, which was Larian's, RPG systems. So, yeah.
So I have always done it in that order: setting, story, system mechanics.
That's fair.
And it's always worked, and I've explained why it works. So I'm going to kind of walk through here why I do it that way and what I think of doing it the other way. So in my experience, I have ideas for tons of mechanics. I told you I've got books all over the place. I've got one right on my desk
I'm
here
the same way.
where I think of something. I think of setting ideas. I think of story ideas. I think of mechanics ideas. I don't have any shortage of those. So it's never the case of, well, I'll work on one and then see what it makes me think of. So because I'm working from that direction, I have a lot of mechanics that would not work well together.
Yes.
They're literally antithetical.
Yeah, I mean, that really happens because I'm also like a systems and, technical systems designer. So I'm walking home and I think of, oh, this is a cool gameplay system that could be, you could make a game or you could incorporate it into certain types of games. But just like when you're when you're cooking a soup, you can get the best ingredients in the world, but if the ingredients don't meld well together, you're not going to get a good soup, right? So I'm absolutely the same way. I have just books and notes everywhere of like, oh, this is a cool gameplay mechanic. Maybe I could build a game that's like this off of it, and then it just never goes anywhere. And I've seen designers, I've worked with designers too, unfortunately, they'll think, okay, we're making a game. This is the competition. This is the inspiration. So let's just copy what they do and combine it, and maybe it's going to work. And you really can't do that because that isn't design at that point. That is literally just assuming that it's going to work well in your game when it worked well in the competition. And that's usually not the case at all.
Everything from, well, if you use this mechanic, you're going to have to do save games a certain way. Or if you use this mechanic, it will limit what kind of player characters can be made. So the mechanics some mechanics don't work well with each other. They don't work well with other things. So, and I should point out that even ones that do work well together, mechanics I come up with that do work well together, they may set such a limiting constraint on the resulting settings or stories that they would work on that it's really going to limit what we can do in those areas. And remember, there are a lot of people, non-system mechanic designers, artists, who want to contribute to what the setting and story
Yes,
are going
100%.
to be.
And they
But if
should
you
be
go
allowed
the
to.
other direction and you start with mechanics, you're like, well, that's a great story idea, but these mechanics don't fit it. Or,
Yeah.
oh, I love that setting, but it really doesn't make sense with this mechanic. So that's why I don't like to do that, because the people who aren't involved in the mechanics will be constrained by it.
That's
And it
fair.
will ultimately feel like somewhat of a straitjacket when you're trying to, hey, let's come up with a good story. I like instead thinking of, wow, I have this idea for a setting, and somebody goes, oh, I love that. Do you know what would be a good story to tell in that? Great. You know what we can do to support that story? I can have this mechanic
Yeah,
and
that's
this
a
mechanic in the
perfect way to
game
put it, is how to support the story. And okay, this approach makes sense. I understand why he's doing it. And obviously it has worked. So yeah, I can see this. This is a really good point of how to build that game first, and to utilize the creativity and the depth of experience that your team has had, or your player base, anyone, your parents, whatever. Can I get the name of the guy again? This is Tim Kane. I can give the channel link in chat. Really great videos, very straightforward, and very lovely guy. Yeah, no
shores
problem.
up that story. Now, when you go in the direction I go, which is setting, story, system mechanics, this has a lot of things that just flows from that. First of all, like I said, artists and story designers can have a say in things about the setting and the story without a limitation, because you're not talking about system mechanics yet. So if, say, one of your artist said, I really want to do a really cool Art Deco look for the setting. Well,
I think that this generally works though with new IPs. It doesn't really work as well if you have licensed an IP to work on, right? And we saw that, I think we see this to some extent with Larian with Baldur's Gate. They're working in an established universe with established prior games. And more than that, they're working with the D&D 5e system, right? So there are things that are almost expected of them to do, so that they're already going into this new game. Let's put it that way, not new IP, but new game, with mechanical limitations and expectations in mind. And when you're working on like a sequel for a game, usually you have to do that as well. There are some cases where they've been able to avoid this, like with the God of War 2018 reboot, where they're like, this is a reboot, different even part of the world even. It's going from the same perspective, yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. I think that there might be some negatives to the way that he does things. Let me try to think of some, and not just to say that this is a bad way to do things, but to try to figure out what might be the downsides. I think that one of the downsides could be if you don't have good writers on board who can flesh out that story, you might. Okay, let's put it this way. Let's do an NFT drawing here, and I'll sell this for exactly 1 cent. Okay, we have start of game, start of production, end of production. No, we're not, no NFTs. That's just a joke. But this is about the same quality as NFT art. Let's put it that way. You develop a story and it goes all over the place, right? This is you developing the story all over the place. Okay? When you need to build the game, you start to attach mechanics. And so you have a lot of, you try to move it in that direction, but you need to remain mechanically consistent so that your game isn't trying to be the everything game, right? Because if you do that, your game is going to take 1,000,000 years to make, and it'll be called Star Citizen. So you don't want your game to be the everything game. You want it to be consistent and have limited mechanics to help fill a market, because if your game is trying to be made for everyone, it's a game for nobody, right? And I think in this case, what you end up with is a lot of storytelling that probably can't get told. And this is not necessarily a bad thing in the long run, but it does kind of, I hate to use the term waste or wasting time in this case, but this is stuff that will never get used in the product, which sucks. But you can always write it and you can save it for future projects. So again, it's not fully wasted, but at least in the scope of this game that you're making, you're not going to use it. It's not going to get read necessarily, and I think it requires really good writers. Damn, this is a long ass stream. Yeah, I mean, I got rated by somebody who was really great, and I just wanted to like give some content for those people that are visiting, because I was literally like 5 minutes away from just going home, but it's Friday, so whatever, I can stream a bit longer. You can see from my implementation, I would say then the second option, right? You build mechanics. Let's put it this way. You build mechanics. We'll use the red for mechanics again. That point you in a direction, right? You're like, okay, this mechanic leads into this mechanic, and we have our loop. We can see the progression towards the end of the game. And, you know, you're going to be building into this throughout the course of development, and you build it this way, right? To connect up. Then you can write story. You can write like a story. You can write a universe that aligns with it. And I think, like he says, you know, both, there's no single bullet, there's no silver bullet, there's no one way to do it, and it probably just depends on team, technology, expectations, IP, genre, market, all these things. It just all depends.
If everybody likes that, and they think, oh yeah, and they have some really cool concept art, like look
But he is right. I do like what he's pointed out, where if you have the mechanics, you will have to tell people no, and that sucks. When you have to tell your team, okay, I love your idea, but it doesn't fit with this mechanic. I do think that at some point, because you do have a feature lock on your game, at some point you will have to say no to certain things, right? You can't just, oh yeah, we're 1 month away from release, let's just add a whole new feature to support this idea, right? There is some give and take, but I do like his approach for early pre-production, because it will result in more creativity flowing with fewer restrictions.
They would look like this.
I like that.
What kind of story would be told in a setting like that? And what I love about that is it's very hard to go the other direction. In Fallout, when Leonard had the idea of making it be what the 50s thought the future was, we were still trying to support all of the GURPS generic skills and attributes and advantages. So it wasn't, that part of the mechanics weren't in any way going to be a constraint. But I can tell you, when we replaced GURPS, a lot of thought went into those mechanics based on what our setting already was. We suddenly were like, it's important to have radiation mechanics. It's important to have poison mechanics. It's important to have skills and perks that are going to support certain things we know the player will want to do.
But like certain things like stats to some extent, saying something as vague as poison and radiation, well, I think that those ideas are so vague that they are more defining than they are limiting. So you can say, okay, there's going to be poison in my game. What does that mean, right? And I still think that leaves enough room for your team to think of really interesting ideas that play around with the idea of poison. It's almost like a writing prompt, right? So they're more like defining factors than they are limiting factors. I guess limiting is saying, Well, our shooting is done on rails. So I like your idea, but our game is on rails, so we need to we need to have ideas that fit with this style of shooting. That is more of a limiting idea than a defining idea. Or defining, maybe defining is not a good term for it. We'll just say it's either a more limiting idea or a less limiting idea. I gotta think of how to word that.
Because we've
I
got
think it
enough
makes
of the
sense,
game
though.
written already that we know they try to do them.
Bullshit.
So
Thank you for
that
the follow, man.
Bullshit.
Derivative.
Derivative.
That.
That. I
love.
love. I absolutely.
But I see with stories,
love.
you have the main story you want to add in other parts like backplots. You can add a side quest that explain those. Basically, main story needs to stand line. Path you can have side stories for like side quests. I think it goes even deeper. So there's a way to look at game design, which is based on action, on verbs. What are the verbs of your game? Also, I feel bad for putting Tim on this freeze frame, so let me put him on something nicer. What are the verbs of your game? What is the player able to do, right? And are they able to pick things up? Okay, they can pick up. That is a verb that is done in that game. Are they able to move, and in which directions? Which verbs are we working with here that the player has access to? And I think that those are a bit more limiting. Those are the mechanics that limit ideas the most, as opposed to features, I guess, would be the case. Or what's the word I'm looking for? Because you have like verbs at the bottom. What is the player able to do? Like in our game, the player can move, they can pick up, they can throw, but these are limited within certain mechanics, right? The player is only able to throw potions, right? Achieve. But like, if you had to compare, okay, we're gonna have radiation in our game, as opposed to moving in, let's say, six degree of freedom movement, like when you're in space. So 6 degree of freedom movement is more of a verb. Radiation is more of a, I guess, more of a mechanic, right? So actions versus mechanics. Maybe those two words, actions versus mechanics. And I think actions are more limiting than mechanics. Mechanics are a way for the player to use their actions to interact with the world, with the mechanics in the world, to achieve an outcome, right? You have input, machine, and output. Input is verb, or let's say input is action, machine is your mechanic, and output is the consequence, the outcome of that. So I think I think it can be broken up in that way. This is such a deeper design philosophy talk. I mean, I love thinking of stuff like this.
With this self-anal massage, you can reclaim an important part of yourself.
Thumb Games
Thank
just
you so much.
resubscribed for 1 month.
Thank you,
An
guys,
anonymous
for the,
user gifted a tier 1 sub to Thumbet
The 2
Games.
community subs. It was really nice.
You've heard the terminology cyberspace,
Yeah.
the web,
Yeah.
hard drive, the internet. Today we want to explore cybersex in cyberspace.
Ikesboy just resubscribed for 1 month.
Thank you
An
so much for
anonymous
the-
user gifted a tier 1 sub
2
to
gift subs.
Ikesboy.
What was I saying? Before we got anal massaging and cybersex. Yeah, I really like exploring the kind of like foundational things of game design, especially when it comes to actions, mechanics, emotions. You know, we talk a lot about that on the stream with our emotional wheel. I think I have it somewhere. That to me, at its core, game design is about this. It's about creating sets of emotions in different patterns with different stimuli for the player, right? So you can think of like a sad scene in a game, and then it leads into a feeling of loss, and you feel a bit helpless when you're immersed in it, and creating these emotions tied with different stimuli, with like the art, with the sound design, with the music, maybe with the input, right? When you're doing that boss fight, you're spamming that button, you know? You feel that tense call to action from the input and that stimuli of pressing that button itself. With the PlayStation 5 controller is great in that regard. You have the adaptive triggers, right? So you can, I think Call of Duty uses it, and some other shooters might. When you're holding that to shoot the gun, it can push back against you with the bullets being released. And this is, again, another sensory bit that can be used to help immerse the player and provide those emotional experiences. So, like, for me, at its core, games are about the actions, about the emotions, and I mean, overall, with the goal of being entertaining, right? Not necessarily fun, because I think fun is too vague, but it's entertainment. You can be sad, you can be angry. It may not be. I think fun is just a term that may be a bit too hard to define since it's so individual. Somebody can be entertained even if they're not having fun, but I don't think that they're going to be having fun if they're not entertained. Maybe that's a good way to put it. I don't know, like I said, this is like really deep, foundational level game design theory, but as a designer myself, I love to think about that. Because if you can't understand the theory, you're not going to have consistent results with the practice. And if you are too deep into theory but don't have enough practice, then you're just going to be sitting on your ass talking about game design forever and never make a game. Like making it where you can climb ladders, that you have ladders in your game. Character can't climb ladders, don't add them. Yes, because players will go up to them expecting to be able to climb them. And there will be a little bit of disappointment. But I think that the disappointment can be pretty small. Depends on the game. If it's a game where climbing ladders and platforming in that way would help create more fun and allow you to traverse environments faster, then the disappointment is going to be more measurable than if it wasn't really going to add anything to the gameplay in the first place.
Try to do that.
Okay, Tim, what were you saying before?
Skills and perks that are going to support certain things we know the player will want to do because we've got enough of the game written already that we know they try to do them. So that was important. A second reason going setting, story, mechanics, I think works well is this to lets you decide what mechanics to use from the enormous space of possibility of mechanics.
That's true.
Now, I know people go, well, the reverse is true. Once you put some pins in mechanics, it kind of defines what kind of setting and story you can tell. And I'm like, that's true. But I just said how much it constrains all the non-system mechanics people, which there are way more people on your team who aren't thinking about system mechanics than ones that are.
That's so true. That's so true what he's putting. I mean, I really get it. And I think he's right. I think that there might be some more positives, especially for pre-production, to do it his way. Each pack routes a lesson, have a ladder break, and cause falling damage proportional to the junk they're lugging. Oh my god, that's terrible. That would be a mean mechanic. I still don't want ladders and stairs in the game if I can't use them. That's fair. I can understand the reasoning behind that. I mean, what he's saying makes a lot of sense, but it's also difficult to say, I have a game idea, right? And they're like, okay, so tell me what you do in this game. Well, I don't have that yet. I just have this story and universe and all the characters. You clip that? I like that clip. I do want to get some clips up on YouTube, and I hate that I haven't done that yet. But we have recorded all of the days of development, so maybe I can pay somebody to go back and watch them and just get clips. Yeah, I mean, it's like I could sit down with a writer and we could create this amazing universe and story and well, okay, let's put it this way. How long does it take to make a good fiction book? I don't know, 2+ years, right? Maybe one if you're a really amazing writer. And let's just say for the average person, probably 2-3 years plus. And then you want to make a game off of it with GPT. Do you want to read a GPT story though? I don't know. Either way. You create the story first, but then you have to fill a game into it. I mean, it can work, but the amount of time that it'll take to get to prototyping your game is so long that for most people and most studios, it probably isn't financially viable. And working with mechanics first, when a lot of gamers argue, rightly, in my opinion, that what matters to most games is whether or not the systems behind it are fun. Like, you play, I don't know, even a game with just mess story, if the systems behind, like, let's put it this way, Skyrim, the main story, really, like, not that great, but the mechanics of exploring, of looting, and interacting with NPCs is pretty enjoyable. Picking things up, the physics, right? You build the game around, you may not have been building the game around these mechanics, but you're certainly building mechanics to be fun first and foremost. You do have them at least add some kind of blockages that you can see in the game. You and your ladders. Look at Anthem. That's true. Anthem's a good example. Mass Effect Andromeda, the shooting was great. The combat was definitely improved. But the story was kind of meh. And I imagine that if you had... Well, I don't know, because if you had a good story but kind of shit mechanics, right? Oh, fuck. I don't know. There's no one way to do it, I guess. It really just is what it comes down to is what Tim and I both kind of said at the beginning, which is where really just that it depends.
And because, like I said, there are so many system mechanics out there, I've rarely felt like someone has said, hey, let's tell this story in this setting. And I'm like, I have no idea for a system mechanic for that.
That's so
no,
true.
It's still the problem that I'm usually like, I have dozens of ideas. Yeah. I wonder which ones we should use. So I've never felt too constrained mechanically by the setting and story, but the reverse happens a lot. The other thing I will say is because you're doing the mechanics after picking setting and story, and I've talked about how mechanics can conflict with each other or conflict with those, you end up picking ones to support the setting and the story, to reinforce things about them. That automatically makes your mechanics feel more coherent, like they belong.
He's right.
In the game.
He's got a
Maybe
point.
You've played a game and it's got a mechanic and you're like, why is this here? Why am I being forced to do this or play this way? It seems antithetical to what the game is telling me you should play like.
Oh my god. Okay, I have a great example of the gameplay mechanics conflicting with the story. And this is one that I definitely come under a lot of flack with certain people and certain friends for saying this. The Last of Us 2, Part 2, is, in my opinion, a very bad game. And the story would have worked better if it wasn't a game. If it was made into if it was a plot of a TV show, if it was a plot of a movie. Because when you're asking, the antithetical is exactly it. You have this dissonance that's created between the player when the story is set in a way that it's asking the player to perform actions that the player doesn't want to perform. And it isn't set up in a way where if you don't perform it, it's part of branching choices in the game, right? Because of course, kill NPC, don't kill NPC, and you're like, I don't want to kill this NPC. And you have that choice, right? And it branches because of that choice, right? I think a good example would be, for better or worse, Detroit Become Human, right? But in The Last of Us 2, I won't spoil it like crazy amount. I want to talk about Last of Us 2 too much, but like our story mode. So in The Last of Us Part 2, there's a point where you are playing as a different character than one of the ones in the first game. And you are tasked with attacking one of the characters from the first game that you played as, a character you care about deeply. This I noticed a lot of streamers quit the game at this point. And I would have quit too, because you're asking me as a player to attack a character that I don't want to attack while I'm playing a character that I don't like. And if I refuse to do it, the game cannot progress. So you have now taken me out of the immersion of the game. You've created this dissonance between the actions being asked of me as a player and the actions expected of me to actually move forward. There's no choice here. The choice is either the game continues or the game ends. And not as in you're permanently like, oh, you know, game over, screen, whatever. It's literally, it's a linear story. You cannot progress past this point if you don't buy into this. And sometimes that works, right? Some players are going to be okay with this. I think others are not. And in my opinion, this works. You can watch a character you hate doing the most heinous of things. Like, let's say Cersei Lannister, right, in Game of Thrones. You can watch her do some terrible things. And you're fine with it because you are not expected to be the one pressing the button to do terrible thing, right? Press X to kick dog, right? Most players aren't going to want to kick a dog. But if you end the game, if the player doesn't kick the dog, you've created that dissonance. You've created, it's a mechanic, or let's say an action that is antithetical to the story or even to what the player wants to do. And this to me is a prime example of one that I will never forget. Undertale's such a good example, in my opinion, of accommodating player decision. And I mean, there's a lot of good RPGs like this, right? And I think New Vegas is a really great one. Early Fallout games, especially Fallout 1. Sometimes adventure games, but usually they were still linear in how they expected the player to solve the game. They just offered a lot of funny narratives or small side loops depending on different things that the player used. Fallout stories are not really, especially the early Fallout games. And I think with Fallout New Vegas, you still had a conclusion, but the conclusion, I think you had 5 different endings in Fallout. You know, Mass Effect is a good example of one where you start at a single place and you end at a single place. But the stories taken between that are different, right? And some people were okay with this and some not. You have other games where you have vastly different endings based on that and the paths diverge. I think, I mean, Witcher 2 isn't a great example, but you do have a very different gameplay experience depending on your choices in Witcher 2. Like the faction that you choose. I forget what we were even talking about. Batman Arkham series. Arkham and games like Deus Ex are good examples of sandbox environments where how you get from point A to point B is entirely up to you. System Shock is a good example of that too. Utilizing gameplay mechanics in an emergent way to play the way you want, right? And emergent gameplay mechanics are they're almost easy to design, but hard to design at the same time, where let's say in your game you can pick up heavy objects, or you can pick up objects and you can throw them. And the heavier the object, the more damage it does to enemies. And things have like physics, right? So this is a very simple mechanic to implement, but the possibilities for gameplay are pretty extensive. Gotta go have a great night. Thank you so much. Why are you going now? Oh, probably because it's time to work. Yeah, that would make sense. Your target audience determines what works. Sorry, I'm Jesus Freak. I missed your message. Horror game, the setting will be important. I think it depends. I think even horror games, you can have really good mechanics that help to sell. I don't know, it depends, because for genre it's like horror game, what's the most important? Sound effects, ambience, art, like these are the core to a horror game, right? I mean, Outlast is mainly just a running away and hiding simulator, right? Mechanically, very simple game. What sells it is the environments, the lighting, the sound. Even Slender Man. I mean, Slender Man is just walk around, interact simulator. That's it. You walk around, you pick up pages. Slender Man OP. I mean, it is. It's certainly a good game. And it's I don't know. Let's put it this way: game design is not a settled science, and it's one of it's one of the things I found that working with programmers, they don't understand as well. And I'm not saying that they're dumb, but the way that programmers think is in a very established language and API rules. Designers are almost entirely abstract thinking, and there are so many variables that play into how you're going to design the game. Market expectations, recent releases, time of year, the market, the location of the market, whether or not it's a primarily like African audience or Asian audience, or a North American audience, all aspects of demographics in that case, honestly, if it's primarily female or male, technology that you're using, the expertise of the team that you're working with. I mean, all these things can determine what type of game you should make, what mechanics you should include. Publishing, what publisher you're working with, if you're working with one, their portfolio, your own portfolio. And that's not even to go into the genre of the game and the setting of the game and what complements that. So when you're thinking of how to design the mechanics of your game and where to move and what pillars to hold as your core defining aspects of your game, there are so many different vague and ever-changing parts of game design that you can't really just predict. What branch should I do that AI? Ask Val if he's going to work tonight. And if not, if it's just going to take you one day, you can do it on this branch and the latest. Or you can do it on a separate branch off of this and we'll just merge it in. Because I don't think he's going to touch anything that you'll touch. He's probably just going to touch map and that's it. Okay, let's watch the video.
Game is telling me you should play like. Especially if you played a fantasy game where people seem surprised that you spoke with the dead or raised the dead or healed someone who was blind. And it's like, would you please look around? We're in a fantasy world. Why are you surprised about this mechanic? And it was because either the mechanic was put in without any idea of how it would change the story or the setting, or the mechanic came first, and then the setting was made either independently of it or without too much feeling like they need to be too constrained. I like, because the people who make mechanics tend to be a little more left-brained. I like that
me.
once the setting and story have pins put in them, you pick mechanics that support them. Those mechanics automatically feel more coherent and that they go together.
That's a good point.
And then the final
His
reason
entire point is
I want to talk about this, which may be more directly tied to my experience as opposed to the game directors that the question asker asked, is I find that more often than not, when publishers first approach you, they ask first about the setting more than anything else. And often they will approach you, sometimes wanting work in a particular setting. I've been
that's true.
At Troika, the first thing they asked is, well, what kind of game it is? And we said it's a fantasy game that's undergoing an industrial revolution. They didn't know or care. Oh, by the way, the skills have an orthogonal training system attached to them. So they increase in ranks and training. No one ever asked me that.
Okay, I mean... Oh, he makes a really good point. He makes a really good point. Okay, I'll put it this way, though. Publishers don't care initially, because when you start delving into mechanics, you start getting low level, right? You want to remain high level with publishers, especially during a pitch. You don't want to spend 10 minutes of your pitch talking about, like he said, different weird training and perks and stuff. It doesn't matter. It does not matter at this point of the discussion, unless your game is really like core built around this, right? Where for some reason, I don't know, there's some type of game where your perks change. I don't know. Let's think of oh god, what's it called? What's the game that changed? Evo Land, where one of the core features is that the game like changes its art style based on the way that you how far you in the game you are and the upgrades that you get, right? There's some other game like this too where you are purchasing features of the game as a core part of the game. So you might want to talk about this mechanic that the game starts off with you as a square in an empty space, and you need to collect coins to then buy gravity. And then you can buy an extension to the world, and you buy the platforms to jump on, and you buy an end game, you buy additional levels. Like, this is part of the meta experience of the game, is this purchasing system. So in that case, it is a mechanics-driven game, right? As opposed to story-driven games. But he is right that publishers do just want to hear that because it helps sell it, right? Perks for mechanics and actions. I do like that. That's pretty cool. It's not utilized enough, but it's pretty fun and it's very meta for gamers. Can microtransactions be the core mechanics and system of the game progression? I mean, you can do it. Game starts as your male character deepens on which doctor gets a hold of you. Be transformed into female or a duck. Only if you work at EA. Fuck, that's good. That's funny. Microtransaction only game. There are some like that where you buy the base game and then you just like the base game is free and then you use microtransactions to determine what kind of game you want. Oh my god, I shouldn't say that. I'm gonna give EA ideas. Like, you buy an executable. That's it. In your folder, in your Steam library, is just an exe. You click on it, it does nothing. But you can buy features for 99 cents. Like, oh, is it going to be open world? Is it going to be linear? Is it going to be 2D? Is it going to be 3D? And the ones that you buy mix together to create your game. So you can spend like $20 to create exactly the combo of game that you want. It's such a stupid idea. It could be done. Yeah, you buy the launcher and then you start buying the game with microtransactions. It's all abstract. I mean, it could be done. Whether it's marketable, but it's pretty funny because if you have let's say 50 different microtransactions, so many people's experiences with the game will be different. You'd have one person record 10 minutes of gameplay and another person record 10 minutes of gameplay, and it would be an entirely different game. Even if you have like small things like you unlock additional enemy variation with like 10 cents. It'd be so stupid. It's part of the game to kill off a main game character. If you don't want to kill it, you can pay $20 to not to. Well, you'd have to pay $10 in the first place to purchase the ability to kill characters. You'd have to purchase the ability to have a gun. You'd have to purchase which bullets you want to shoot out of the gun, and then purchase the damage system. This is a bad idea. This is really dumb. Tim, what were you saying?
Similarly, when we were approached for the
It's only supported on Apple Vision Pro. Jesus Christ.
next two Troika games, they came with a setting already. They were like, will you do D&D? Will you do World of Darkness? And it's like, Then for story, that was the second thing that Atari asked, like, well, what module would you pick? And the discussion mechanics came later when I was like, hey, I may not be able to do Bard or Paladin, and obviously I did. But that came later. And even if you're making an original IP, they may later bring up mechanics in a discussion. But I find that most publishers, the closest they come to asking you a question about the mechanics is when they ask you, well, are you doing anything original? Is there any hook? Is there anything that this game does that other games don't do? And frequently that's a mechanics question. Yes. But that's the closest I've ever gotten to a publisher asking for or demanding a mechanic outside of, hey, can we put some microtransactions in this, or can you put a tutorial level in? And to me, that's more tutorial. That's kind of outside the scope of system mechanics. It's not in world system mechanics. It's something they're thinking of at the meta level. So I hope this answered your question. This is fine about why I go setting, story, system mechanics. Other directors may go the opposite direction, and it worked great for them. This is all I know. This is what I think works, and this is why I think it works. So I hope that answered your question.
Okay, so I'll say a couple things. So number one, I cannot fault this way of doing it because number one, it's proven to work. Number two, whatever works is what works. You know, like you said, there's no silver bullet for this. But I do think that it is not a... I haven't experienced the same thing with publishers. And for me, I don't see how it would work with publishers. Publishers want to know what the budget is for the game, when it's expected to release, how long it's going to take. And all of those are, in my opinion, defined by the amount of... It really comes down to the amount of content in the game and the complexity of the content in the game. And team size and stuff like that. But let's largely say if we standardize team size, it's really going to come down to complexity of content and amount of content, right? Because you can make a game like The Last of Us and let's say, okay, but now let's take all of the amount of levels in the game and let's double it. Okay, then theoretically it's going to take about 1.7 to 2 times as long. You give a percentage of money made to publishers, never dealt with one. Some can do percentage. Some it will usually be percentage of sales. Some places will do a standard payment. Some will do recuperation costs and then plus a percentage on the end, I wouldn't take those. Those are kind of shitty. It depends on the deal. Depends on the deal. You know, the deal is not boilerplate. Let's put it that way. But I do think that it's very hard to determine the scope of a game without knowing the mechanics, right? Because you can say, okay, I have this beautiful world. Let's take Middle-earth. We're making a game in Middle-earth. How long is it going to take to make the game? Well, we haven't thought that far ahead because we just have the story and the characters. And he's right. A good systems designer can fill that game idea with systems to make it work. But it also, you know, Tim is very much like an open world, open-ended sandbox RPG developer. And this is one type of game where you can have, to some extent, loosely connected systems that integrate player choice and events based on those choices a lot better than a game that is very, like, level-driven, almost like let's just take like Doom, right? Doom is a level-driven shooter. The level design is what makes, you know, this game continue further. Selling your game for $5 and it's locked at 360p. If you want better, you can pay $10 to unlock 720. EA. Is that Bracky saying hello again? Yes. Who is that? Future of game development. Why Doom is genius. Doom is a great game. So, I don't know. I can get his point, but I haven't interacted with a publisher yet who didn't care to some extent about the game idea. What are you doing in this game? What's the point of it? Because you can have the greatest world, the greatest idea of story and characters, but if there isn't a trust that you can build an interesting game in this universe, then what you end up with is a world and universe that's really interesting, but people are going to open it up and play it and be like, what do I do in this? And I'm sure there's some examples of that. Boring games with great gameplay, right? Or boring games with great universes and stories. I'm sure there's an example of that somewhere. Yeah, I mean, I like his approach. I like what he's saying. Basically brought game development and Unity off the ground for YouTubers. Oh, really? Well, he's back. And maybe with something to say, bugs and RPGs. I'll think about it. Maybe I'll have something more to say about what Tim Kane's saying here. How to spawn that ball? The ball's already spawned. I have 2 of them in the level. And I made them work with the AI sense system if you want to use it that way. But there's one in the desert by the beach and bouncy Easter eggs. There's one in the desert by the beach, and then there's one directly behind the hut near the beach. And you can look for BP beach ball if you want to just throw one in to test somewhere. Okay, guys, I might get going then. I don't have anything to add. I don't want to waffle on. That was a really interesting video. I think he brought up a lot of good points and something that I might have to consider more going on in the future with how I approach my games. Because as a systems designer, I'm exactly like him in this case, where my head is filled with systems and I could write books filled with systems, but, you know, what am I going to do with them, right? So maybe approaching it from the aspect of let's make an interesting story and world first, and then insert the systems and build systems around it. Maybe that is a better way to do it. I'll have to consider that. Thanks for the stream. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you as well, Mr. Solo Q. Just got here. How dare you leave? I have to. My throat's dying. Thank you so much, Novus1R1 for the raid earlier, and Lost Notes for the raid earlier, and everybody. Thank you so much for the follows, and Anonymous Gifter for the two community subs. Thank you so much for that. Guys, have a great weekend. Be happy, be safe, be nice to your neighbors and your family. Too much anger and hatred in the world, don't add to it. Be nice to people. Eat well. And I'll see you on Monday for more Cauldron Chronicles. And then Tuesday, if you're new to the streams, we will be doing Kickstarter reviews. We're going to get a big bottle of alcohol, look at all the live Kickstarter video game projects, and we're going to expose some scams and some ChatGPT made games. It's going to be great. I'm looking forward to it. Maybe some winners this year. This month. There's winners this month. But yeah, I'll see you guys later. Take care. Bye-bye. Have a nice weekend. See you Monday.